Welcome to the F.E.V.E project, ladies and gentlemen. Your humble host, Armando Gonzalez, here today. I am joined by the Ghost and also by LD. LD?
Howdy. How's it going?
Yeah, well,
LDSA, I think.
LDSA.
Right?
There you go. I just had to finish the acronym there. Threw a blank there. Welcome, folks. Welcome, gentlemen, to the table. Waiting for people to pop in here in the chat. Shield Maiden Faith, as always, the first one in. Hopefully she's still here.
Shield.
Hopefully everything is going good. So, hope you guys had a great week. We are going to be starting off today, as you can see there in the thumbnail, decoding the operating system of human beings, and then to be followed along the 8-part series of forbidden technologies. And that'll commence on the next stream that we're going to do. So we're looking at anywhere between 7 to 8 weeks of doing F.E.V.E project lives. So we're just in that time frame right now, folks, where we're going to take a huge break away from the mainstream and the news. In other words, the propaganda, you know, the bull crap and stuff like that, and focus on something that's more important, which is ourselves, our minds, our souls, and our spirits. And tonight, I am going to start talking to you about an upgrade to the current operating system that needs to be what? Your brain and your body needs to be reformatted, and we need to go to a new operating system, and that operating system is now going to be called Gnosis, okay? We're going to be talking about some Gnostics, okay? And we're going to be drawing contrasts in this report that I wrote up, and we're going to be getting feedback from the knights here at the table with their commentary on it and also their expertise, okay? So we're in for a good one tonight. But first and foremost, as I always start off, let's go ahead and start off and get the commercials out of the way. If you guys see the QR code up there in the upper part of your screen, go ahead and click on it. That will give you access to all of my socials, all of the links, also to support the channel here. So click on the QR code. It'll also have a link in there for the 444 Media merch store, so you can get your merch on, okay? Would greatly appreciate that. If you guys don't want to do that, you could always hit me up at buymeacoffee.com/TTNW. Buy me a coffee. Would love a cup of Java because, as I always say, it's cold outside, baby, right? And after that, we're going to go over here and you can hit me up on Cash App if you want to support the channel for all of the stuff that we do here. That would be at cash.app/$ Truth Table Newsworld. All contributions will be greatly, greatly appreciated. So we can keep the show up and running. All right. So with that, let me give a quick intro here to the knights at the table. And if you guys want to start off while we wait for other folks to pop in here into the stream and just, I don't know, say whatever you want. Ghost, we'll start with you.
I would like to say that the concept of gnosis, though it's tied to the Gnostics, like all other cults or religious groups, because most religious groups, by their dogma and ideology, are extended and acceptable cults in many ways. It doesn't refer to them. It refers to a concept that you will find throughout Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, all of them, to a great degree, to one degree or another. Unfortunately, in Judaism and Christianity, a lot of it's been, let's say, through sleight of word and wording and translations, toned down. So that wasn't the focus. These are things that something like, I don't know, the Vatican would thoroughly understand, but they don't want that out there. Because in the end, if a priest, pastor, minister, pope, whatever, were doing their job would be to guide you until you didn't need them anymore. And in reality, that is the truth, but that doesn't make for a good repeat customer. Mm-hmm. And the last thing you would do with this knowledge is you would seek greater enlightenment, and you wouldn't seek followers. You wouldn't seek to create a cult. If you do, again, want to have power over others or dominion over their direction is fundamentally evil or negative. So I'll leave it right there for now.
Awesome. Thank you, Ghost. Over to the chat real quick before we go over to Mike. MP20, welcome. Thank you for being here. Celine, welcome to be here. My favorite subjects. Oh, yes, it's going to be good tonight. And JJ Johnson III. from Finland.
I
Over
think
there.
he's with Finnish intelligence and he's come over to the side of enlightenment. He's already was there, but no, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Love you, JJ.
Never
And
mind.
even if you were, it wouldn't feel any different about you.
That's right. That's right. All right, let's go over Mike.
Yeah, I think as we start to kind of free ourselves from the bondage that we're currently in, I think this is going to be a lot more relevant down the road, especially if you want to, if us as a the human species to advance and get out of a lot of the, I don't know, the bad things of the past, and getting more in tune with the divine. I think that's where we're headed. I just think once we get through some of these battles that we need to get through, I think this is heavily where we're going, and I think it's already kind of moved in that direction. I think there's been such a huge revival just in spirituality in this country, and I'm sure everybody's seen it, but I think it's going to become even more heavy as we start to free ourselves and start to see the light.
All right, great. Thanks for
Amen
that.
to that.
So like I said, folks, if you guys are just popping in here, right? Are you guys sick and tired yet of the news, the propaganda, the misinformation? Okay. Is your body wore out? Are you exhausted? Are you tired? Are you frustrated? Are you mad? Okay. Tired of being behind the 8 ball? We're going to fix that tonight so you can learn how to drown out the noise and focus on you and hopefully upgrade your current operating system, the human condition, up to a new one, a new and improved version. And if you guys are in the tech space, you'll know what I'm talking about. So my question to you is, we need to check and see if you meet the minimum hardware requirements to upgrade from your current operating system in the noodle to Gnosis, okay? The Gnostic operating system. So let's get into it. Let's dive into it, and here we go. So for those that are here and do not know, okay, I'm just going to start with the very basics because I think that would be a great place to start. So what is Gnosis? All right, Gnosis literally means knowledge, but in philosophy, religion, and spirituality, it has a much more specific meaning than ordinary knowledge. Okay, so what is the core meaning of it? Gnosis equals direct experimental knowledge of spiritual truth. It is knowledge gained through personal insight or inner revelation, not through belief, tradition, or secondhand teaching. So in short, not belief, not faith alone, not intellectual study, but knowing through direct experience. There is a difference. Now, in religious and philosophical contexts, okay, Gnosticism, early Christian era, in ancient Gnostic traditions, Gnostic was knowledge of the divine spark within the human soul. Okay, I'll pause there for a second. And I'm going to be drawing some contrast here for myself too as I read these things, just to connect the dots better for you guys out there. But once I get through a certain part here, I will pause, and I'm going to the knights at the table here so I can get their feedback too, because I'm telling you, I hope you guys have a legal pad and some pencil, pen, whatever you want to use to take notes. But of course, you could always go back and rewatch again, because this is going to be drinking from a fire hose tonight. So I'm just putting that out there, right? It's a lot to swallow, but it's awesome. All right, so Gnosticism, early Christian era, okay? In ancient Gnostic traditions, Gnostic was knowledge of the divine spark within the human soul, as I said earlier. Now, focus on spark of the human soul. Why do you think Satan, demons, and other evil factions are always wanting to get your soul? They want that spark because there's power behind it, more power than you can think of.
That energetics.
The energetics. There you go. Second thing, salvation came through awakening to this truth. The material world was often seen as flawed and deceptive. God was understood as transcendent and unknowable except through gnosis. You are not saved by believing. You are saved by knowing. This idea later clashed with Orthodox Christianity and emphasized faith and doctrine. Ghost, I'll go to you first. Thoughts on that so far?
Well, doctrine and dogma are meant for you to know, to understand, to study and memorize in a sense. And then stepping outside of that dogma, you're then kept in line by others in, say, the group. When in reality, it was at the foundation of these religions, starting with Roman Catholicism, to keep you within a certain very broad but boundaries. Ideologies by their nature are self-limiting. You see that with these idiots in Minnesota and Maine and Los Angeles and other places. And that's usually the end result. People want to get look at Islam. You step outside one little bit and you're rebuked or you're stoned or worse. And bottom line to what we're trying to explain here is it's already within you. Nothing we're saying is nothing that you cannot find within. Christ said the kingdom is within. Go to the Aramaic teachings, the part of God is within you. In other words, in Hebrew teachings, God is the one true perfect crystal. It's just a metaphor that broke itself into infinite pieces. But if light shines through that crystal, no matter how tiny of a piece it is, it's still the same breakdown of the entire visible spectrum as the original crystal. If you took a quartz crystal, did the same thing, that's what you'd get. And so in a sense, we're all part of the whole. This is one-on-one stuff I'm saying right now. We're all part of the whole, but the whole is us. We are not God. God is not us, but you have to embrace the paradox in everything I'm saying, just as you would the idea of a quantum particle being in two places at the same time doing the same thing. It doesn't make sense, but it's true. However, with in this direction that we go, in, let's say, opening the door to further enlightenment, because that's what you'll find if you read the Kororos manuscript, which is up to that date, the Dead Sea Scrolls, deciphered from Aramaic straight to modern English. And it was basically, it's called a Book of Enlightenment. And Christ said so many things that reflect exactly what we're saying, and especially if you don't go through all the translations and the omissions that mankind has offered these texts, you begin to get in a very expansive view of what he was saying, why he was saying it. You know, he didn't want followers. He wanted you to reach within and find these things that he had. Because he said, all these things I do, you can do, and more. Up to and including changing water to wine, healing. And we're seeing these things actually happen in these times in laboratories or outside of them with very devout people seeking enlightenment. And, you know, this is a good way to start it, but I think we're going to have to take it piece by piece from here.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Mike, feel free to chime in also as well, bro. I know that you don't want to keep you there in the corner, man.
Oh no, sure. Yeah, it's kind of hard to expand on that one. Always
Okay.
great information by the ghost. But I just wanted to highlight the one part that, with the spark, the soul, the light, there is something powerful about that. Everything that you've ever seen about, whether demons or, I suppose we could go into almost the UFO realm, alien realm, and that what aspect of that is true, I'm not entirely sure, but there's obviously something very powerful about that. And I think there's a lot to be learned about who we really are, what is our soul. And to me, it's just a mind boggling concept. And that's why I love these kind of podcast subjects, etc. I was, ever since I was a kid, obsessed by this stuff.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for that, guys. All right. Hey guys, smash that like button. If you get value out of this broadcast today, please like, share, subscribe, and especially leave a comment down in the, down below. It'll help with the algos. Just appreciate it. And see if we can get these numbers up and going. All right, so let's dive into number 2 here. Mystical traditions. In other words, across cultures. Gnosis appears in many traditions under different names. You have Christian mysticism, divine knowledge. You have Sufism, Islam, that's Marifa, inner knowing of God. Then you have Kabbalah, Judaism, hidden knowledge of divine reality. Then you have Hinduism/Buddhism, enlightenment or awakening. Okay, remember that one. All point to direct inner realization rather than external authority. There's a big difference here. External authority, the current operating system of the brain of humanity that we are in right now, which is external authority. Okay. Number 3, modern usage. Today's gnosis is often used to mean the following: deep insight, personal spiritual awakening, truth known through lived experience, knowledge that transforms the knower. In other words, you and I. A simple contrast is this. The concept is now information. What is the meaning? Knowing about something. Second concept, belief, meaning accepting something as true. Gnosis, the concept, meaning is knowing it directly and personally. I hope you guys can tell the difference here, right? In one sentence, gnosis is the kind of knowledge that comes from awakening, not from being told. If you want, I can explain this even further, right? So let's go. Gnosis versus faith. Gnosis in Christianity. And Gnosticism was suppressed. Why Gnosticism was suppressed, right? Gnosis in modern philosophy or psychology. Just tell me which angle you'd like to take. Okay? Ghost?
Not the idea of Gnosticism was suppressed because you say you were truly seeking an answer. And remember, ask and it shall be given to you. That doesn't mean, oh, I need money to pay the rent, mammon, or I want a better car. These are things that are material attachments, and desire or longing for these things is, in short, the root of all. A desire for what is not real in this realm is the source of all discontent and disappointment and pathos, such as pathological thinking, such as depression, etc. There's an answer you seek at any one given time. If you truly are silent and ask, it will come to you. You will be shown. Now, whether you see it or not is up to you. You need to then be focused on seeing and hearing even within. People call it a certain where all past, present, and future things exist. The Akashic record. Well, strip that away. Just say all information is contained in that realm that we don't inhabit in our physical form, in our corporeal form. But taking that leap of faith means, say, receiving that answer and saying, yes, I know I must do this, though it goes against all daily earthly common sense. I won't be able to pay the bills. How many people have really taken that leap of faith, walked away from anything that was giving them sustenance, and then found that something far greater replaced it, whether it was in time or not in time? And whether you had the patience and forbearance and temperance to wait while you asked for the next answer. These are the most important questions. The number one question anyone could ever ask themselves is, what do you want? No, not I want security. Then forget all that nonsense. You're not going to get it from asking that, but you will get the answers you seek that are most important, that would prepare you to better accept anything like that and see it for what it is. those who are attached to their wealth or the trappings of their wealth, no matter how little or great it may be, you're missing the boat altogether. You're going to have ups and downs. Good luck with that. But when you are truly seeking answers to questions that bring you closer to the concept, or it's not even a concept, it's a concept until you reach it, any level of enlightenment. And then from there, enlightenment naturally grows because you've seen, you've either found or been given the knowledge that says all of these things I was taught before were designed to keep me in a lane or on a highway. And I'm off that highway now. I can go anywhere. I can do anything. And in truth, you can. And it's not going to be, I'll say this, from birth, everything in this world is geared and designed either by intent or default as of an incorrect intent to keep you from exactly what we're talking about right now.
Remember that they created, designed, and implemented your current operating system. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep going back to that because that's very layman, but it makes sense, right?
Yes.
That's why we all need to upgrade to the Gnosis operating system, version 2.0. Okay? Sorry, no filter. It's just me.
When the faith comes in, trusting that. I'll leave it there. The faith comes in trusting that, and then faith actually becomes a knowledge. And it's very difficult to impart that to others because to each of us it's different. But it is there.
Beautiful. All right, I'm going to keep pushing on here. All right, so what's the key distinction between Gnosis versus faith? Well, Ghost may have touched on this a little bit. He's kind of getting ahead of myself here, but it's okay. That's why we have him, right? So let's start with faith. Faith, trust or belief without direct proof. Relies on scripture, authority, or tradition. I believe this is true. Okay? Let's look at Gnosis. Direct inner knowing. Comes from personal experience or realization. I know this is true because I have experienced it. All right? Faith accepts, Gnosis awakens. This is why Gnosis is controversial. It places authority inside the individual, not in institutions. Gnosis is early Christianity and why it mattered. Early Christianity was not unified. There were many Christianites, and some were Gnostic. Gnostic Christians believed the following: the kingdom of God is within you. Ghost said that earlier. Jesus was primarily a revealer of hidden knowledge. Salvation came from awakening, not ritual or obedience. The soul contains a divine spark. Right? So key texts have been found around 1945 at Nag Hammadi in Egypt. Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Philip, Gospel of Truth. All right, let's use let's just
the Q Gospels, another Gospel of Mary Magdalene. A lot of them were found.
Let's use the example of Gospel of Thomas. Quote, if you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. These ideas conflicted with the emerging church hierarchy. Okay. In between commas, I'm going to go to Catholicism or, the Vatican. All right. Nothing against it. I'm just trying to draw some contrast so you guys understand the difference here. Okay. So why was Gnosticism was suppressed? Why Gnosticism was suppressed? Because it was, obviously, duh. All right, so by the 2nd and 4th centuries, church leaders rejected Gnosis because it undermined clerical authority, made salvation personal, not institutional, encouraged questioning dogma, claimed direct access to divine truth, right? So the orthodoxy emphasized faith, obedience, doctrine, church mediation. Gnosticism emphasized knowledge, inner experience, personal revelation. Only one could dominate. Okay? Only one could dominate.
Well, you'd have hierarchies within these priesthoods going, well, who are you? And a Gnostic, one of Gnostic movements would say, I know who I am. Who are you? What are you trying to do? It was obvious what they were trying to do. They were trying to, again, make it another system of human management / human capital management.
Okay.
And hijack all of these things and then rephrase them, omit them, limit them, so that you had to come back to them.
Yep.
Or pay tribute to them, money or other. And if you are sound in your relationship with the Creator and you're on that path, none of these people have anything to say to you that you haven't already learned, lived. And in that living is testing and results. And you know what that would be, especially when the answer is given to you or shown to you. And there's even apparatuses that in our everyday reality that peek in as what we call synchronicity, that reinforces, yes, you're on the right path. And yes, that higher guiding power you are in direct commune with. You're communing with it. I can't believe that a God would say, well, boom, here you are. And these guys, listen to what these guys say. When anyone, again, who seeks control or influence, whether it be over your temporal life or your physical life, is fundamentally flawed or evil or negative.
Okay.
So,
All right. Give me 1 second here, Mike. I'll go to you in a minute. All right, guys, here in the chat, I'm noticing you guys have some questions. Do me a huge favor, JJ Johnson. Yeah, that is a very, very detailed question, and it will probably take up some time. Do me a huge favor. We are going to do a Q&A after we're done going through this material tonight. Save all your questions for the end, and if you want, copy them right now so you can paste them back up later, and we'll try to get to all the questions that we can. But we're not on a time crunch, but I got this timed out to the point, and I don't want to make it a 5-hour stream tonight, if you know what I mean, because tomorrow's a work day, right?
Mhm.
So bear with me as we continue. All right. So, Mike, you wanted to drop something here?
Oh, I was just going to say, an underlying theme is control, essentially, with,
Yes.
basically everything that Ghost was saying, it's, they wanted to take the control of God, and instead of you being your own, person in your understanding and belief of God. And, I personally, I don't go to church. Why? Because I don't believe in the institution of church. I believe that I have my own relationship with God, and I don't need a guy dressed up fancy in a church and handing around a plate to, save me and have me go to heaven. So again, to me, it just seems all about control and, suppressing information and injecting their own. And yeah.
Authority and
it
control.
is.
Bow down to
You know
me.
what? One of the best films ever made, and it's actually quite hilarious, is The Life of Brian Monty Python.
Oh, yeah.
It goes through it covers all of this. It's really hysterical. But just a
All
little
right.
aside there.
Awesome. All right. So gnosis beyond Christianity. This is the universal idea now. Okay. So the idea of gnosis or gnosis, sorry, appears everywhere, right? We mentioned it earlier. So Sufism, Islam, or Marifa, knowing God directly. Buddhism, enlightenment, seeing reality as it is. Hinduism, jnana, okay, knowledge that liberates. Plato, knowledge of eternal truths beyond appearances. Different languages, same insight, right? Start drawing a connection here. Now, One-line definition, all right, clear and precise. Gnosis is transformative, inner knowledge that frees a person by revealing truth directly, not symbolically or secondhand, all right? Let's go into a deeper specific path. Gnosis and Jesus' original message. Gnosis versus organized religion today. Physical interpretation, Jung consciousness. Gnosis and modern awakening movements. Gnosis and power structures. Why it's dangerous. Okay? So now we're going to go in and we're going to cover a structured explanation of what I'm talking about here, right? Covering all 5 angles of Gnosis, all right? Let me see. It's going to be clear and it's going to be deep, you know, without any fluff, if you will, right? So first and foremost, Gnosis and Jesus' original message. Many scholars argue that Jesus' earliest teachings were closer to Gnosis than later church doctrine. Key idea is attributed to Jesus in Gnostic and early mystical texts. The kingdom of God is within you, inside you. Truth is revealed, not imposed. Awakening leads to freedom. External law is secondary to inner transformation. Now, in Gnostic interpretations, Jesus is not primarily a sacrifice, but a revealer of hidden knowledge. Sin is ignorance, not moral failure. Salvation comes from knowing who you are. This contrasts with later theology emphasizing original sin, atonement through crucifixion, obedience to church authority. So in short, Jesus taught awakening. The church taught compliance. If that makes any sense to you guys. Opinions?
Yeah, absolutely. With Christ, he was revealing what it took for you to step away from Pharisees, Sadducees, and Magi. And this was, and since it's the Dark Ages we're still living in this respect with regard to all of this information. He was the greatest threat to the power structure. But even Pilate, in listening to his wife's dreams, felt that I really don't want to do this to this guy, but I'm the Roman governor here, and I got you yelling in my ear, and I've got the other side to this that others are saying that you're not paying attention to, Pharisees and Sadducees and your Magi, meaning the ones who were of the priesthood but knew how to word things and spell things to affect the minds of the masses. And Pilate was stuck between a rock and a hard place. And in the end, he was like, oh, I give it up. Do with him what you make the choice. And then he made it official. But knowing that his wife was even dreaming of this man, because the power of what he was offering then, I would imagine, living then, would have been absolutely amazing in one way, hard in another, but amazing in another. More so than most ever get to experience in life this day and age, with all of the nonsense out there. But he was coming from that aspect and trying to tell you that you're even then, because of the necessity for certain ones to band together and form power structures and temporal control structures. They called a temple for a reason. But your body is in reality your temple. It houses the self or the soul, SALF. It connects to the spirit and to the higher spirit and to the greater spirit. Other terms for it are the Holy Spirit. And it is your connection while you're here. Through that, though made more difficult, I think that is part of the spiritual growth process of this existence, is to let all of the illusions fall, let all of the falsehoods fall, all of the false doctrines, the false dogma, the false control, and external authority. External authority only works under the threat of penalty, be it violence by putting you in a cell or violence of hurting you or killing you. That is the only external, and it is in reality compared to what we're talking about, a fiction of authority. It mimics the ultimate hand of the divine, the one who cannot be named. And I just think it would have been amazing to live then, taking all that we've seen. And I think the greatest thing that ever came close to was actually Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ, in telling that story from Gethsemane on. And what did Christ say at the end before he said, "It is done"? He said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." If all of those in government, Pharisees, in law, Sadducees, and in religion, Magi, were to admit this, they'd be out of a job. If people were raised to understand this and then to seek it, taught how to seek it, because we have to teach the young. We've done a horrible job with it for about 1,500 years, 1,600 years, 1,700 years in particular. We've done a horrible job of it. We don't teach our children. Look at the majesty of that grasshopper. Start asking yourself, why is it even there? Why do you perceive it? Some kids will get it, others will get it later. But it can be had to one degree, to each his measure or her measure. That is also a biblical principle. And to those too much is given, much is expected. Now, most people will think that, well, money or possessions or power. No, knowledge. So like the three of us are sitting here giving it to you for free because this knowledge is free. I could be like Eckhart Tolle and put it in books and make a fortune. Or I could say, no, I want a piece of the action when I come on a show. No, that would be going against everything I already know. But but of giving, in other ways, I do receive out of nowhere amazing things. So, and things you can't put a dollar figure on. So just consider that.
Sort of like a domino effect, right? Pass it on to the kids. Well, yeah. But remember, we were once kids too, and it was never passed on to us. So it was a generational falling of the dominoes, if you will. Right? Again, the operating system kept getting updated versions and versions and versions, but it was all a lie. All of it a fraud. All of it incorrect, only to fit their narrative. They invented the game, as once said here before. They knew the code, they knew the back doors, they knew everything. And whenever you tried to, let's say, impose a virus or, I don't know, some spam or spyware or something in there, they would fix it. Why? It was their game, their operating system. This one here is different.
Christ did. Look what they did to him. Virtually every great teacher, they have done that to. When you began to affect their illusion of their fiction of authority. Governments are fictions of authority. In the end, you don't want the barking hound dogs running into your house with their guns and vests and boots and helmets, do you? And you don't really have to step that far out of line, even here in this country, for that to happen. We're still quite in a sad state of affairs. But as all things are changing rapidly now, so will understanding of what we're saying. Comprehension, rather. I don't want anyone to stand under my words. Hear me, internalize what you think applies to you, and run with it. With what you're already should be running with. Because that is in essence how we help each other grow. And it should be free. It's always been free. Because the bounty on the other side isn't any ism or ist or whatever at the end of it. It simply is a higher level of existence of peace and tranquility. and loving kindness, and agape for all things and all people, because all of that is an expression of the one true divine, the one who cannot be named. I hate using the word God. I always spell it with a hyphen, because how can you give infinity a name other than, well, here's a word that represents the concept infinity. And in English, words and their inverse spelled backward are done for a reason. There is the word for God in Greek and in ancient Hebrew and Aramaic are not what we call God. If you spell it backward, it's dog.
And
Apply that to a lot of words.
And how do Muslims feel about dogs?
Mm-hmm. They do have a lot of great things.
Yeah, no, I'm just
when the temperance of the less radical, of the non-radical, no problem at all with them. The more radical, yes, of course, the radical of any kind we'd have an issue with. But as soon as you begin talking like this, yeah, the institutions, or the unspoken institutions even, they like to narrow in on you and throw their theology at you. Well, I have no time for theology. That's like studying how to breathe. We pretty much know how that happens.
Yeah.
Now let's get on with the purpose of breathing and all of that, which is more to even breathing than meets the eye. But
we're going to cover all of this because, and then the beautiful thing about this, guys, is this: as you listen to this report, you're going to start connecting the dots on how this transitions to current existing times via the operating system that was put inside us. I got to just go back to that because I can't put it in any other words, right? The program that we've been given. Okay, the programming we've been given. All of this that's going on right now in real time, in this reality out there in the world, the news, the riots, the violence, the treasonous acts, all that stuff is going to be spelled out for you here tonight. So stay close, stay in tune. Let's continue here. Mike, if you want to jump in, bro, just say, hey, man. Yeah, just jump in.
Say, shut up, man. Let me talk.
No, it's, yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd say is I equate it to the Matrix when you guys refer to the programming and whatnot. And I absolutely love that movie, not only because it made me think about the world in a much different way. And I think that movie was created for a reason, and maybe either one of you two could validate that. But obviously we're not, it's not a literal, but I think it comes very close to what we're experiencing in life.
Before I continue right now, you remember that one scene in the movie where Nino sits in the chair and he gets jacked in so he can learn how to do whatever it is that he wanted? Yeah, I'm downloading this into you right now.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, I don't know. Awful familiar to AI, don't you think?
Yeah. It's Neo, which means new.
New.
Neo simply means new.
There you go.
He is something new that what's his name? Morpheus has been looking for. Morph means to change. So simply means metamorphosis. A chrysalis goes to eventually a moth or a caterpillar.
Mm-hmm.
In between, there's a growth stage of the caterpillar to, the egg to the caterpillar to the chrysalis to the then new creation. That's, I think, one of the most perfect representations of it's a physical, very definite path of enlightenment. It goes from one thing to something beautiful and fleeting and delicate. And that is, in a sense, what this process is about, except you don't become more delicate. You become infinitely stronger in that you can look at anything in this world and see it for exactly what it is. And the coding that they used even touches upon the Torah code, which a whole show can be done on that. They've discovered it is real. Isaac Newton had theorized that. But there was an encoding in the Bible, but it actually comes down to that of the Torah. We can get into that later.
Woohoo. All right. All right, let's press on. This is getting good. It's just going to get better. I'm telling you. All right. So second here, let's go to gnosis versus organized religion today. Organized religion today tends to rely on doctrine, hierarchy, ritual, moral control, external authority. Gnosis relies on inner experience, direct insight, personal responsibility. That's a big one. Self-knowledge, inner authority. This creates tension because gnosis cannot be standardized. It does not require intermediaries. It empowers the individual. It resists manipulation. This is why institutions often tolerate faith, but resist knowledge. Faith can be managed. Gnosis cannot. Psychological interpretation, Jung, and consciousness. Carl Jung reintroduced gnosis in modern psychology. For Jung, gnosis equals individuation, awakening to true self, integration of the unconscious, encounter with archetypical truth. From this view, God represents the totality of consciousness. Gnostic myths symbolize inner psychological processes. Salvation equals becoming whole. Gnosis here is not supernatural. It is experimental truth that restructures identity. Modern psychology reframes gnosis as deep self-awareness, ego death, conscious integration, and permanent transformation. I'll pause.
Jung, his name would be Jung in English, Carl Gustav Jung. What he did was outlined from his experiences, his seeking, the idea of transcendence, transformation, and to transmutation, meaning becoming something new, brand new. And I always found it difficult when folks would come up when I moved from one part of the country to the other in a direct way, and then always came back. Have you been saved? And I was like, I didn't know I needed to be. I was in trouble. Tell me, why do I need? Am I saved? I don't know. Because these were people who currently carried a lot of guilt over actions and things they had thought. And I don't understand it, but they would go through the process of saying, well, I've invited Christ in my life and all my sins are forgiven. Well, wait a minute, you had the chance. In ancient Hebrew, sinning is not, oh, I messed up. Sinning is like the archer trying to hit the perfect circle of the center. There is no perfect circle. Mathematically, it goes infinitely on. So you can never hit the perfect circle with an arrow, the perfect center. But your goal is to always aim for the center. And sometimes you're off and it hits somewhere else. And that's how they look at sin. Because if you truly knew better, you wouldn't sin. Now, people will argue with that and say, well, Hitler knew what he was doing was wrong. And no, he didn't. He didn't wake up every day saying, I'm evil and I want to do evil. He thought to the deepest core of his soul, he was right. And the Jews were evil and and they were the master race. Obviously, he didn't know better. And even the criminal who goes, well, I know this is wrong, but I'm going to embezzle this money anyway. No, if you truly knew how wrong it was and accepted that, you would never embezzle that money. Law is made for those who do not choose to govern themselves accordingly and to hit the target with every chance it comes up, many times a day, down to what you eat, what you wear, how you speak, what you think. You are, in essence, responsible for every thought that comes to you. If you don't like what you're thinking, if you don't like these images that come to your head, you need to start working on that. You have dominion over that. Begin with meditation. When you can silence that little voice within your head, you've reached a very good plateau. From then on, it should be a pattern of constant growth, seeking and growth, seeking, finding, growth, seeking, finding, and growth. And most people feel, well, no, I've gone to church and I threw a lot in that basket this weekend, and I told the priest all the crap I did wrong, and I'm okay. No, they've got you locked in an endless loop of, go ahead, mess around, we'll forgive you. Go ahead, mess around, we'll forgive you. And it's a pathetic loop at this point, and it's not just that particular religion, it's virtually all of them. Some I've seen that are very along the path, and again, it should be the job of that minister or that teacher or that preacher or that rabbi to not want to have to. I see more of a role for the rabbi in a community than I do a minister or a preacher, even though they do serve a definite role to people that are going and trying to find. Yes, that'll be a phase in it for most people in the state of the world as it is, in the lack of our ability to teach our children to seek and to always think of things. Is my action going to be negative, or is it going to do the greatest good for me, in so doing the greatest good for others, or is my external action going to be in the vein of the greatest good for the greatest number? These are the only things you need to measure your decisions by. Of course, there's moral, ethical, and sometimes legal implications. But if you govern yourself accordingly, are seeking the highest route, the best path, the most inclusive as far as knowledge, you'll the more you do that, the less you will ever find yourself straying and doing wrong. You'll find that it's a mistake, and you realize it's a mistake. And right then and there, between you and the divine, you can say, "Hey, I'm sorry. Let me rework this and make sure I don't think, say, or do anything like that again." Again, it's your choice. It's not the rules of some external edifice. It's your choice. What do you want?
It's spitting yourself out of the system, basically, ladies and gentlemen. You have no idea the power you hold, what you're capable of doing. Once you tap into that resource that we all have, it's up to you whether you want to spit yourself out of this program, if you will, and get in line with the right one. And again, when you hear that question that Ghost just said right now, what is it that you want? Immediately, that algorithm in our current program right now, you start seeing shiny things. Oh man, a new car, a new truck. Oh, maybe a new suit. Oh,
Bring from bills.
A new handbag, a new sombrero. Yeah. Or maybe no, maybe you just want a new Craftsman toolbox. I don't know. Right? But
or
that's
something for your child or your wife or your husband, you know.
Right. But that's not the question.
But it's bigger than that.
Right. The question really is, what do you want? What do you want for you to spit yourself out of this program and fall in line with your true program? Okay.
To be the best for all.
What's best for all.
To be, and also to be the best for yourself and others.
You know, as he said, what is God's greatest command, or Jesus's greatest commandment? Love yourself as I have loved you. You got to start with you first. You first, before you can show love to someone else. Because if you're not happy with yourself, what kind of direction are you going to pass on or advice to somebody else? Well, I don't know. He just wants a few bucks, but shit, blah, blah, blah. That kind of crap. No, forget that. All right. Now let's continue. Mike, you want to drop something here?
I mean, if if we did go by that mentality, if everybody did, to love as many, everybody else as yourself, just imagine the world that we would have today. It's deep thought for me. I could, go on and ramble, but it's there's a lot of meaning to that, and it is important, and it's sad where things have gone. Throughout the decades, even more now today than even 20 years ago. But when
Right.
I was younger, the environment was different. The environment was different for you guys as well, and we need to have a big turnaround. And that kind of mentality, embracing that as a species, is important. There's nothing more to say than that.
But understanding what you're saying right now, just understand this, and I'm sure Ghost will back me up on this too. If everybody wants to take ourselves and this republic back to what we used to be when we were growing up, you can forget it. That America is never coming back again, right? The main point here is don't worry about
Be
the
reborn.
outside, the world, the country, anything of that. How about going back to how things used to be inside your home when you were growing up? Talk to your kids, get them off the electronics. Teach them what we're talking about here. Because what happens then is the best form of advertisement is word of mouth. So instead of texting each other at a dinner table and not uttering your lips, or moving your lips, I should say, put it away, talk to them, talk about this kind of material here, because that's the only way we are going to save what we're trying to fight for here. Make sense?
Teach them
even
that
look at the
those.
Go ahead, guys.
Sorry. I was just
No,
going to
go ahead.
say, I mean, you referenced talking during dinner. I mean, how many family households nowadays actually have a dinner and talk?
Dude, all you got to do is go
It's
out to
so
eat at a
rare
restaurant.
nowadays. But anyways, sorry.
Yeah, all you got to do is go out to eat at a restaurant
Yeah, yep.
and look around. You'll see mom, dad, son, daughter sitting at the table, while the bread basket, arrives and stuff, and the butter and stuff like that. They're not saying a word. Everybody's on their freaking phone. What are they doing? Texting each other?
It's
Exactly.
much more quieter in restaurants now. I'd have to say that. But
Isn't it? I'm just
basically, what we've lost is that if you're a family sitting around the table, you are among the greatest you will ever have.
oh,
That's it. That is the greatest you will ever have, no matter where everyone goes in their lives, no matter what they do. And I just want to say this as an aside. I don't care how anybody comes to these realizations, whether they have to start going to church, whatever it takes, as long as you're going in that direction of your connection to the divine and betterment of the self, and then a growth of the self and a transformation, a transmutation, and a transcending of all that you were before. And the beautiful thing about this is no matter how old you get, no matter what new plateaus you reach, there's always a higher layer until the day you die.
amen.
And it's a beautiful process. It's not the destination. There are no destinations unless you're going to the Bahamas or whatever, and you're going to stop for 2 weeks and sit on the beach. That's a destination. But you're not really growing there. You're not supposed to be. You're supposed to be forgetting everything, even that, unless you want to go diving and look at the majesty of what's under the water and observe the people and their interactions. That's fun too. But you're still in that process one way or another. You just shifted gears down for a little while. And hopefully that relieves some of the tensions that you have yet to learn how to deal with by not simply reacting to them, because you choose. Ultimately, you will learn you choose how you respond to everything. Everything. If your wife says, "How does this make me look?" and you say, "Well, it makes your ass look quite fat, but I like it anyway," she's still going to take offense. When she gets to the point to where she says, "I don't care, I like it," that's where you want to be. And you're just, and your quip is not meant to hurt or to harm, but it's fun. It's the interplay of the two of you. And unfortunately, the other side to this is that many people are with those they are not meant to be with, and they will find that out. And I've been through relationships in the past where it was like, I've got to go here and you're going there. I love you and always will love you, but we don't have children. We're not married. Let's part. And usually that's the best thing. And when you remain friends and then you've each found something that is the epitome of what you think you can find, you still say hello and you're still good to each other. And again, another thing, this society, another aside, places too much importance, and it's totally nonsensical, on the spell of the sensual or the sexual. This is all, I'm sorry, if you're young and you think, man, I got to get all the ass I can before I die, son, you got a long way to go. So that, go ahead down that road, because it's going to bring you full circle to a full stop, and you're going to go, that none of that meant anything. And same with women, who will cock a leg for any Johnny that comes down the road. It ruins your life. And unfortunately, they do so much programming with the young to start them at the age of 10 and 12 to think that way.
Yep.
No, not in my home. I can control my home. The rest of the world I can't, other than through what we're doing or encounters or friendships, etc. So,
and just note that this is in our educational institutions at the age of 4 and 5, especially the reading material. So let that sink in. But I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole today.
That's
and by all means, I just want to get this out there real quick. The table here, the Knights of the Table here, are not telling you guys that this is your solution and this is what you should preach. We're not saying this is the operating system you need to upgrade to. We're just giving you options here for you to make your own decisions, do your own homework, and should you choose to take this new upgrade, it's there for you. But we're not pushing this on anybody. We're just showing you
shall find.
Right. We're showing you what is out there. There is a difference, and how to get away from the anxiety, get away from the stress, get away from the pressure, get away from the news, get away from all this crap that's going on that needs to happen, but don't get overwhelmed or engulfed in it. And I'm going to cover that here as we go forward, and you guys will be able to connect the dots better. So let's continue at number 4. Gnosis and modern awakening movements. All right, so today Gnosis appears under many names: awakening, enlightenment, consciousness shift, spiritual sovereignty, inner knowing. Common traits are distrust of imposed narratives, emphasis on lived experience, rejection of blind belief, seeking truth beyond institutions. However, modern movements face a risk: false gnosis, in other words, ego inflation or delusion.
Yes.
Mistake emotion for insight, trading dogma for conspiracy. True gnosis is marked by humility, clarity, responsibility, psychological grounding, compassion, not superiority. Okay? Psychological grounding, we're going to cover that later on. Remember that phrase, okay? And I'm not talking about walking out barefooted and stepping on your lawn to ground yourself. That's part of something else, but not what I'm getting at here, okay? You'll see what I mean later. Now, gnosis and power structures, why it's dangerous. Gnosis is dangerous to power because it breaks dependence, removes fear-based control, undermines authority claims, creates self-governing individuals. Historically, those who pursue gnosis were labeled heretics, persecuted, silenced, marginalized. Why? Because a person who knows cannot be ruled the same way as one who believes. Power systems
can't be ruled.
Can't be ruled. Okay, so those things I mentioned up here connect to current times right now. Okay, gnosis is dangerous to power. Power meaning the institutions, government, the ones you can't see, okay, and what you're being fed through radio, TV, whatever, media, whatever you want to call it, breaks dependence, okay? It removes dependence. Oh, no food stamps? No WIC? No shit. Oh, okay. Yeah. No free handouts? No. Removes fear-based control, right? Fear-based. Oh, we're going to have a nuclear war. Oh, there's going to be a new boogeyman coming out pretty soon. Oh my God, the Democrats are losing. Oh my God, the Republicans are losing. What are we going to do? Oh my God, this and that. Oh, Russia bad, Ukraine good. You know, come on. Undermines authority claims. In other words, the system of fraud, the fiat system, creates self-governing individuals. Self-governing, in other words, to become sovereign. They don't want you to do that. They want you to keep you controlled, right? And quiet, right? Now, historically, and I'm repeating this, historically, those who pursued gnosis were labeled heretics. They were persecuted, like they're killing the Christians now. Silenced. In other words, you're not woke enough. Shut up. And marginalized, right? And again, why? Because a person who knows cannot, a person who knows, in other words, knows self, cannot be ruled the same way as one who believes for this to be true or that to be true. Don't know. You believe. You haven't experienced it personally. So, power systems.
And the dichotomy of this is right in front of us. You have the spiritually and let's say gnostically, but spiritually deprived and in total lack, who are these little automatons who believe that their version of an external power will make everything a panacea. We'll look at New York City right now. The very people who voted for him want to tear his mansion down. Funny. But you look what is appealing to all people, no matter your origins, no matter your skin color, forget all that nonsense, because enlightenment doesn't care about that. You have the plain talking like Hegseth, Rubio, the president. Now, if you want to sit there and play the old 60 Minutes game from 1970, we're going to catch the politician in a lie. Wrong day and age. People, Trump, that man, I have nothing but respect for. Despite his failings, we all have failings. Don't care about his failings. I care about his successes. And it begins with his standing in front of a crowd and saying, oh, they're fucking stupid. And he said that twice publicly in speeches, the F word. And the way he talks, you know, Chucky Schumer, and he makes a joke about him. That's true, and we all know it's true. People plain speaking. And yet the intelligence community with egg all over its face, all up its ass, when they tried to promote the Steele dossier, and 50 or more lied, saying it was a valid document. No, I read that document. It was garbage. I wouldn't have wiped my dog's ass with it. Not that I would ever do anything bad to my dog, but that would be the worst thing I could ever do to my dog, would be to wipe its ass with the Steele dossier. Because these were nothing more than the higher power structures of the owners of the financial system, who wanted to temper and control and shut him down because they knew where he was going. And now we're seeing it as of the first. It busted wide open, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Venezuela, Cuba, Alberta, Greenland, Iran. And for years I said, it's not the people of Iran. Trust me, it's the regime. And now it's coming to full fruition. And other leaders are behind it, like Putin, who stands there, but in a different way, in a more intellectual way, in a more reserved way, speaks his mind, says what he feels honestly. And yet we're constantly told he's a murderer, he's this, he's that. In his neck of the woods, that's still how they have to deal with the bad ones. And they don't waste time, and they don't have any pretenses about it, like we shouldn't be doing here. But too many snowflakes are a part of it. But bottom line, the reason why people like the president, Rubio, Hegseth, DeSantis to a point, and others is because they stand there and say that was a stupid question. Next, Vance. Vance does it too. And that is a direct reflection of your growth. In those, to any voice that hears me in this audience or will hear in the future, that's a direct response. Again, as a collective, there are natural correcting mechanisms that do support growth toward enlightenment and expansion. And you're seeing that is actually what you're seeing in those names and others that I've mentioned. And there are more to come.
Yes,
to
indeed.
where we will fix these problems Sadducees have created and Magi have created that still have a hold. So,
And speaking on that one, so what do power systems thrive on? Pay attention here. Obedience,
compliance.
uncertainty, external validation. Gnosis produces inner certainty, moral independence, and resistance to propaganda. In other words,
Complete opposite.
yep.
Sorry.
Turn on the filter, brother. Turn it on. Turn on that filter and filter that garbage out. So, final undefined definition, Gnosis is direct transformative knowledge of truth that liberates the individual by awakening inner authority and awareness. It is not belief. It is not rebellion. It is recognition. All right? Now, let's analyze specific Gnostic texts in the next piece here, and we're going to go line by line. We're going to compare Gnosis with modern political control, explain how to distinguish true Gnosis from illusion. We're going to tie Gnosis to historical revolutions and censorship. Whoa, where have we heard that one before? Right? So, here we go. This is now going to be a full integrated deep dive, a deeper dive than the one we're going to go on. So hold your breath, not for too long. Learn how to breathe, right? Here we go. So Gnosis, a complete analysis, right? Let's start with Gnostic texts, what they actually say, not the myths. Gospel of Thomas, core Gnosis text, not a narrative, no crucifixion story, no miracle as proof, just sayings, right? And the keys are this. Truth is inside you. Ignorance is bondage. Self-knowledge precedes God knowledge. If you know yourselves, you will be known. And if you will understand that you are children of the living Father, meaning identity precedes doctrine, divinity is discovered, not granted, and authority is internal. Let's go now with the Gospel of Philip. Radically symbolic and psychological. The keys are resurrection is now, not later. Truth is hidden in symbols. Ritual without understanding is empty. Truth did not come into the world naked, but in symbols and images, meaning literalism blocks gnosis. Myths are maps, not facts. Those who cling to form miss essence. Gospel of truth, written as meditation, not instruction. The keys here are error is forgetfulness. Awakening is remembrance. Ignorance of the Father brought anguish and terror, but knowledge appeared and brought calm. Meaning, fear is a system of not knowing. Gnosis restores psychological order, and salvation equals clarity. Comments?
Well,
No comments.
no.
That's okay. I can continue. It's no big deal.
No, Mike, if you anything, say go ahead. But go ahead and continue because we can break this down.
Yeah, I'd
easily
say
once-
keep
once
going.
All right, cool. All right, so the second part to this is gnosis as psychology. So Carl Jung and consciousness. Jung recognized Gnosticism as ancient depth psychology. Gnostic symbols decoded psychologically. All right, so we're going to do a contrast here. So we're going to take the Gnostic symbol of pleroma. The psychological meaning is wholeness of the psyche. Gnostic symbol, and I might get this wrong, demiurge, D-E-M-I-U-R-G-E.
Demiurge.
Demiurge, okay. Psychological
Demiurge.
meaning is ego mistaken as ultimate authority. Gnostic symbol, divine spark. Psychological meaning, core self, consciousness. Gnostic symbol, archons. Psychological meaning, conditioning, trauma, social programming. Gnostic symbol, awakening. Psychological meaning, individuation. Jung's core insights. Gnosticism was the psychology of the ancient world. Gnosis, the key points are ego death, integration of shadow, encounter with the self, permanent identity shift. Identity plays a big part here. This is not imagination. It is a restructuring of perception. How to distinguish true gnosis from delusion. This is critical. False gnosis signs. Grandiosity. Okay? In other words, the Democrats. Your Chucky Schumers, Nancy Pelosi's, Kamala, that shit. I'm chosen to be superior. Obsession with enemies. Loss of empathy. Identity inflation. Certainty without humility. True gnosis markers: increased clarity, reduced fear, less need to convince others, greater responsibility, calm, confidence, not urgency. So the rule of thumb the rule of thumb would be, if it makes you smaller in ego but larger in responsibility, it's real. If it makes you special and others inferior, it is false.
That's false. There are two things that I want to clue in on: ego and empathy. If you expect to walk the path of enlightenment, you must, as I say very straightforwardly, should can the ego. Meaning, if someone comes up to you and knows a lot about you, and they take what they think are your failings, and they outline them, and boy, that would cut to the bone any other time. My reaction usually is I chuckle and say, "Are you happy with that assessment?" Well, yeah. Okay, you run with it, because what you think of me isn't any of my business, and I really don't care. But run with it. Go ahead. Tell everybody in the background. Plant false seeds in their head. I'll know who my friends and co-equals are and who aren't, as if I don't know already. Ego is, and there is no such thing as, well, there's a healthy amount of ego. Modern psychology would have you believe that. So you're going to come back for more psychotropics or therapy. No, the ego is an illusion. It's the ramparts we devise to defend nothing. I'm going to say that again. The ramparts we devise to defend nothing. In other words, the defenses you create, because in truth, we are nothing. We are only the substance of our best intentions and our compassion and loving kindness. Now, your liberal would say empathy, empathy, empathy. No, there's two types of empathy and two types only. Empathy without wisdom and empathy with wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Empathy without wisdom says, well, I feel for these child fucking illegals. They need a home too. No, where's the wisdom in that, you shithead? Because that man or woman will violate your child given the chance. They are of a very low vibrational state.
It's in
They
the
don't
voting book.
care. Yeah.
It's in the voting book.
Empathy with wisdom says, well, I know this guy's a crackhead. Am I going to give him $10 or $20? Well, there's two ways even to look at that. Look, he's headed for a fall. Maybe that's what he needs. Here's $20. Good. Get yourself $20 worth of crack. I want to see you fall because that may bring you to where you need to be to rebuild, or it'll kill you. And death is not the end. Okay? It's not. We are eternal beings, as David Icke likes to point out. But this is something those I've known from most of our lives. We're eternal beings having a human experience. I'll let that sink in because that will let you see, are you really a Catholic? Are you really a Methodist? Or are you you? But empathy with wisdom says we shouldn't be pumping $21 trillion, which does represent, in a certain way, the life, energies, and essence and time of so many people whose names have been named to underwrite the bonds it took to create that money out of thin air and feed these reprobates. And a reprobate there are human beings, there are people in human form, as we are all in human form, who will never, ever comprehend nor seek anything we're touching upon today, and all the more that is out there on this subject, on this aspect of being. And there are those that, if shown empathy with wisdom, meaning guidelines, tough love, number of names for it, will actually see the light. Thank you for the kindness, however it was extended, words, knowledge, a meal, what have you, clothing, and take it and get on that path. And this is one thing I don't hear in all of their stupid ass discourse in the Looney Tunes realm of media. Empathy without wisdom, or devoid of wisdom, and empathy with wisdom. Wisdom infers not judgment, but discernment. Empathy with wisdom is discernment. Who can we help that will get actually benefit for the most of the effort for this help or this offering? And this is all your snowflakes out there that are kicking out the taillights of ICE vehicles when these people are just trying to do what is right for this country in this day and age and in this time. Get rid of these welfare tourists and those who just simply broke the laws of this land being here, as we would not break the laws of their land, most of us. There are idiots out there who would. So all of these things I'm seeing being inserted into the everyday world's conversations, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And those two things, with ego and empathy, you once you shit can the ego, no matter what anybody says about you, it doesn't matter. Sticks and stones, yeah, it's even beyond that. It's, I'm sorry you feel that way. You know, maybe you should make the attempt to get to know me, and I'd also do the same with you. Might change your mind, but whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because ego, when you shed the ego, you simply accept it for what it is and move on. No judgment, no anger, no resentment, nothing that will bind you to something that will be akin to setting yourself on fire and expecting someone or something else to burn. If you set yourself on fire, I promise you're going to be the one who burns. So I'll leave it at that.
And
Mike?
shedding that ego is a pretty tough thing to do. I mean, we've all had to go through that. And, even with my daughter, trying to explain that, that's something you need to let go and not care.
Vanity,
What
ego.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, what people think of me on their outside view, I could care less. Now 20, 30 years ago would have been a totally different thing. But it's a process, and it's a beneficial
Absolutely.
process to get through that. But yeah.
And that's the reason why we do what we do here, right? Because again, it's not pointing the finger or, telling folks here, you got to do this. You got to, no.
No,
This is
it's a
all about-
recommendation.
Everybody's
And-
got their own path.
Yes.
Yeah.
And ultimately,
Right.
it's all about us. Each individual here is evolving and growing to the next level, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All of us. All of us.
All of us.
And to every human being that has ever existed, it's been over 80 billion prior to us in this day and age. There was a path to the divine, a path to enlightenment. That only as you went along that path, your path of enlightenment reflected a greater relationship with the divine, with the creator. And it's just a beautiful process that once you commit to it, it is a commitment and it is a discipline, self-discipline. And
it's a learning process along the
and
way.
it's a learning process and a choice. All of it is a choice. Again, what do you want?
Exactly. All right, let's press on here. All right, so now we're going to talk about Gnosis versus power structures, why it's always suppressed. Again, another key one, right? So power systems depend on external authority. Gnosis creates internal authority, psychological independence, resistance to fear narratives, i.e. the news. Why Gnosis threatens power. It ends dependency, it dissolves propaganda, it removes moral outsourcing, it creates self-governing individuals or sovereign people. That's why historically Gnostics were hunted, mystics were silenced, texts were destroyed, literalism was enforced, faith can be organized, knowledge cannot. Gnosis versus political control. Ancient to modern. In the ancient world, Rome preferred obedience over awakening. Church hierarchy replaced inner authority. Heresy laws equal thought control. Modern parallels. Ideology replaces doctrine. Media replaces priesthood. Fear replaces hell. Identity replaces salvation. Any system, religious or political, that discourages questioning, punishes insight, labels awareness as dangerous is anti-Gnostic by design. Now,
Bingo.
Gnosis in revelations and suppressed movements. Gnosis doesn't start revolutions. It makes them inevitable. Examples are early Christian dissenters, Cathars exterminated, resistance humanists, Enlightenment thinkers, whistleblowers and descendants. The pattern is this: inner awakening, loss of fear, refusal to comply, system reacts violently, power fears the person who no longer needs permission. Okay? Hope you guys got that. Now, Gnosis, is not anti-religion. Important clarification here. Gnosis is pre-institutional, not anti-spiritual. Jesus
Anti-establishment.
equals Gnosis. Buddha equals Gnosis. Socrates equals Gnosis. Institutions come later to stabilize, control, and simplify. The conflict is not God versus humanity. It is inner knowing versus external control. Got that? Now, final unified definition, in other words, Priest is here. Gnosis is direct experimental knowledge of truth that permanently alters perception, dissolves fear-based control, and establishes inner authority. Not belief, not rebellion, not fantasy, recognition. All right? So now, the greatest threat to any system of control is a person who knows who they are. Right? Ghost eloquently says it. What is it that you want? Okay? If you want next, and this is where it's going to get practical, we're going to do map the stages of gnosis step by step. We're going to explain why people resist awakening, show how language is used to block gnosis, break down modern myths versus ancient symbols. Okay? So here we go. The continuation of gnosis. You guys stop me if anytime you want to chime in here for whatever, okay?
Well, I'll use a personal example.
Okay, go for it.
And believe me, it's not self-aggrandizing what I'm about to say. It's a perfect example. Yes, this is how I live. This is how I know you live, Armando and Mike. Yet, just getting to know you, already see that. Already know you're a brethren. You're right there. But I have met many billionaires, many heads of state in all these positions, and they always respond with friendship for one reason, because I don't talk to them or treat them any different than I would a man with no legs laying on cardboard on the street. No difference. It's not even an intentional act anymore. Before it was something, when I was young, I had to question. Well, the world does this, and I'm feeling this and sensing and seeing this and finding this. Well, and it finally came to a point in my late 20s, it was no, be that. Be you, whatever that is, because it's changing all the time. But maintain that divine connection, maintain that never-ending search for truth. And you will find that when, I show up to a fundraiser, I've got Mississippi riding boots, I got blue jeans or cargo pants, a loose shirt because it's usually hot in those places or in the buildings. Whatever hat I feel like wearing, and I throw a sport coat on. It's the only thing I'm saying, well, let me throw that on so they're not, instead of a safari jacket or something else, so they're not totally, thrown off. And then it's just be yourself, smile, talk, laugh, make jokes. Same thing I do here or with you.
Because they don't print that easy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And no tie. I don't like wearing a noose. Think about it, people. I always look at everyone that's wearing a tie and I go, nice colored noose. Nice pattern on your noose. Because it is. That is actually the intent of that fashion accessory, whether you know it or not. It really is. And it's the shape of an upside down obelisk. But we'll leave that for another day.
Okay.
And to look at me or to encounter me, you never know. Don't care. They're people too. They're in extraordinary circumstances by their own making and the making of others. I have compassion for them. Like I feel sorry for these wackadoodles. Ultimately, I feel sorry for these wackadoodles in the cold, kicking taillights off of government vehicles. It's like, well, son, your mama didn't raise you right. Where's your mind? And I can say that equally about the high-level political operatives. Son, your mama didn't raise you right. Where the hell's your mind? Because you're scheming and planning, and I know what they are. And all I can do is stand back and observe and laugh. And protect the ones that I'm there to protect. And that's always been I guess, a natural secret weapon against all of these people and their minions.
Yeah.
Speak truth to power. Speak truth to what society or the world would label the lowest of the low. Speak truth to all. And nothing can ever harm you. It'll try, but usually it fumbles and falls and you laugh it off, no matter how intimidating it appears to be. That's a gift from the divine telling you, yeah, you're holding true to me. And that's all that matters. Because no matter who they are, they go against me and try to do, and I'm not going against anyone. I'm just trying to do the right thing in any given scenario or situation for the best for all. And when you do live that pattern over and over and over again, you get all of these reinforcements and reminders. You're on the right path. And when you die, we'll explain why you were there, I guess. Because a lot of times I really don't want to be here. Really don't want to be doing this. But it has to be done. And everyone could be in that same position in their lives. I'm no one special. I'm just someone that chose that path and was blessed, and I'm grateful every day for it, that I was given that vision, sought that vision, found it, recognized it, therefore it was given to me. Everyone within the sound of my voice can have that very same thing. And there's nothing perfect about it, but once you shed the ego and once you learn empathy with wisdom and a few other things that we've discussed and will discuss further, you're walking the real ground, as Buddhists would say. And when you walk the real ground, that ground, you'll see to the left or right of you, that ground may elevate and knock them down, and it may fall and knock those down. But you're on the real ground. You'll never falter. You'll never fall. And if you do, there was a reason for it. And you accept it. You don't get all mad. Why? What happened to me? It's not about you. Life's not about you, but it is you. Again, a paradox. Embrace it. So I'll leave it there.
Mike, well, this is one reason why one of the rules I live by is, for me personally, because it's a Cuban thing, right? Laughter to me is the best medicine.
Absolutely.
Sarcastic humor. I laugh at everything, man. I just do. And I don't do
There is comedy in everything if you look at it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Not as a self thing. It's just like, you know what? If you can put a smile or a laugh in somebody's voice that is going through bad times, that to me is a gift.
Oh, what a great gift to give.
And it's a free one.
Yep. And if it makes people annoyed, I could care less, because I'm just trying to, put a smile on someone's face. And there are going to be those little boo-hoos out there that are going to be, it's too much humor, just be serious.
Yeah.
You didn't use the right pronoun, LD.
Yeah. Life is too short to be so damn serious sometimes. So.
And what is that? Life's what happens when you're busy making other plans or being distracted or not tending to your path.
Yeah. All right.
But you didn't use the right pronouns.
Nah. Yeah.
Oh God,
man!
Sorry. I snorted.
my pronouns are Zulu, Foxtrot, Tangos. Figure that one out. Okay. All right. So stages of gnosis. What actually happens? Gnosis is not instant enlightenment. It unfolds in stages. Skipping stages leads to delusion. So stage 1 would be discomfort. Something feels off, or something wrong, right? Old explanations stop.
we too low.
Yeah,
Holy fook, bang, ding, ow.
Yeah. Like the radios we got. Anyway.
Uh,
All right. So something feels off. Old explanations stop working. Authority feels hollow. Anxiety increases. Anybody out there in the chat relating to these? Right? Especially in current times, discomfort. All right. So this is the crack in the worldview. Most people retreat here, right? They go back into their safe space, right? They crawl into a fetal position and they start sucking on their thumb and complaining, why me, why me? All right. There you go. Where have you seen that lately? Stage 2, delusionment. Institutions lose credibility. Educational system. Oops, did I say that? Sorry. Man. All right. Beliefs collapse. Identity destabilizes. When I go do number 1, should I shit or should I sit or should I stand? I don't know. Fear spikes. Right? Oh my God, we're going to get nuked tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. because, Q said so. I don't know. All right. Fake news. Sorry. Nothing against Q. All right. So,
porn.
yeah. This stage feels like loss, but its removal of illusion. Truth feels destabilizing before it feels liberating. Third stage, inner confrontation. This is a good one. Shadow material emerges. Personal responsibility replaces blame. Trauma and conditioning surface. Ego resist dissolution. This is the hardest stage. Most people stop and turn cynical or angry at that stage. Think about that for a moment. Stage 4, insight. True gnosis begins. Sudden clarity. Pattern recognition. Fear decreases. Not goes away permanently. Okay? Because that is a warning signal. Fear is a warning signal. In other words, again, something wrong, right? Reality simplifies. This is not excitement. It is quiet certainty. It's quiet certainty.
Yes.
Key word here, quiet. Patience, we'll get into that here in a moment. Stage 5, integration. No need to preach. Increased responsibility. Here we go. Calm presence. Ethical clarity without moralism. Gnosis is not integrated. Gnosis that is not integrated becomes ego. Gnosis that is integrated becomes what? Wisdom. Why most people resist awakening. Okay, this is going to explain a lot. Look around in current actual time. Why people resist awakening. This is not stupidity. It is self-protection. People resist gnosis because it threatens what? Identity, social belonging, moral certainty, psychological safety.
All egoistic basis.
And the core
no
fear.
Basis in reality.
The core fear, if I see clearly, I will have to change. Oh my God. I don't like change. Change is bad. Ignorance is often chosen unconsciously. So the 3 main blockers are what? The first one is comfort. Awakening disrupts routine. Number 2, fear. Truth removes excuses. Number 3, belonging. Groups punish deviation. Gnosis costs certainty before it gives clarity. In other words, gnosis costs certainty before it gives clarity. Hope you guys are understanding this.
Well, I have something.
Go ahead.
Let me get into my the most interesting man in the world voice. I don't always recommend the song, but when I do, it would be Tool 46 and 2, written by James Keenan.
Yes.
I would ask everybody in the audience to go read the lyrics, even if you don't want to listen to the song. I think it's beautiful musicianship. It's their
Amazing
thing.
song.
Yeah, it's their fingerprint. It's them. But 46 and 2. If you read the lyrics to that song, you're going to hear him talking about digging through old muscles looking for a clue. In other words, going into the shadow aspects of his psyche. You have to exercise all of, as much as you humanly possibly can, the darkness within you. You have to walk through it, wade through it, swim through it, breathe it, drink it, before you can say, okay, I see it for what it is, and I'm done with it. And it no longer can affect me. It no longer can affect my everyday conscious mind. That darkness that we all have within us, you know, there is a blackness to every man and woman's heart because of the programming. And that builds up for the first 20 or 30 years of your life.
There you go.
But you've got to then work through it, not fear anything that you find, the mistakes that you've made, the sexual promiscuity of whatever it may be, because all of that served in your life's path with all that is external in this world that existed before you were born, that you were programmed by, existed as for a reason. That reason was to bring you out of it, if you wanted that. And I think most people do. They're always searching. Well, now I'm doing yoga this week, and the next month I'm doing, feng shui, and I forget all that. Gnosis will give you the answers, and then we'll teach you how to do two things: master your intention to direct your will. You even, and on a higher level, when we go on in these shows, I'll even show people how mastering intent and then mastering will through intent. You won't even need DMT if you want to see those things that people see on DMT. You won't need marijuana to bring you to a level. I'm talking shamanistic use of these, not the usual guzzle, 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 I'm so fucked up stuff. That's all nonsense. The poppy, all of these things exist out there they helped mankind get to a certain point. And there are those of us who realize that you don't need those things. Some do, to help them break out of the patterning and the programming, but only trace amounts, very small. You get to that point. Many scientific and sociological experiments from the 60s, 50s, and 60s on have shown that, yes, that was necessary with some people to break out then. In truth, you don't need any of that if you want to do other things, if you want to be able to explore beyond our sense of reality and what we feel is real around us. This wall is only solid because my finger hits it and it hurts. All of this only exists in one place, in my brain, which is a modem to what is eternal. But we'll get into that in later shows. We've got to get through this stuff first.
Yeah.
Because this is everyday and sociological and psychological in nature. And once we get through this, we can then step it up by part 8 to the point where we're talking about these things that are far beyond what people No, I did that. Sorry.
There's one thing I wanted to add.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say,
someone thought I was banging on the wall for some reason.
we hear like a reoccurring theme, and I'm not, unfortunately able to dovetail into what you were going into on this, but we hear a recurring, thing about fear, and we see it a lot more nowadays than we ever did, and it goes into religion too. You got to go in and talk to the priest to, have all your sins washed away, otherwise you're going to hell, or nukes incoming, or the next disease is coming out, or next war. I'm just going to say this straight up, and I don't know if you two would agree with me on this, but there are entities, there are things out there that feed off of this fear, that are
absolutely
humanity's emotions are so powerful. And if you need the feral, if you're, why else would they be pushing all the fear porn throughout the last decade?
It's a Alush that is feeding non-human entities that do surround this. Typically, they're called demons. I'm going to stop and let you keep going, but typically they call them demons, demon. These are just higher yet lower higher in performance and intelligence, but lower in vibrational life forms.
So we end up being essentially an energy source for these, and so if we could all ditch that fear, I would, again, getting off on a tangent, but this is the whole point of them pushing this shit on us.
No, it
And
applies. It applies.
It applies.
yeah, absolutely. Yep. So
Because,
let go of the fear. That's one thing that's really hard to get over, and I've had to struggle with that over my life as well. But it's a thing, and yeah, there is shit out there feeding off of that, and yeah.
So
sorry.
yeah,
Mike, I'm
so
going to
many
jump.
times I've said non-human life forms get to the highest tip of the pyramid of operations on this planet. It interfaces with non-human, very powerful, but very low and negative vibrational life forms. And they can't help it. That's what they do to survive. But we don't have to tolerate it.
And I feel it represses us, keeps us down from
Yes.
ascension, essentially.
Well, Mike, I'm going to coattail off what you just said right now. And I'm going to poise this question out to people here in the chat and you guys also as well. What is the one word, okay? What is the one word that was hard-coded into the operating system that we were given? Hard-coded, meaning it's got to be there. Does anybody know what that is? And you've been told this word since you were born and able to articulate or even comprehend. Does anybody know what that word is? It's important. Anybody? Sam Spencer says, I would say fear. No, that is incorrect. Anybody? Sinner? Nope. Wrong. Que sera? Ding, 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 ding. The word no. She got it right. How many times in your life have you heard the word no? From your parents, your grandparents, from friends, from colleagues, from associates, from whoever. How about TV? How about radio? No, no, and no. They are embedding that hard code into your programming. No, you can't do this. No, you can't have that. No, who do you think you are to be able to want this or achieve that or to strive for that goal? No, 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 no. That is conditioned into your operating system that we were all given, okay, to keep you controlled, to keep you under their thumb, to keep you obedient. No. Let that sink in.
No should be replaced with when you're raising a child, you should not. You should not run out in front of a car. You should not eat gravel. You should not do all the things that little kids and kids growing up do. And they'll say, why? Well, because this is what will happen. But to say no for no's sake, that's always been a stopgap, an easy way out for the inflictor and a very dumbfounding response to the one who's inflicted upon with that word. The real word is yes or why.
And what is the response, right? What is the response when you use the word no, either to a child, even an animal, an adult, a spouse, okay? Oh, honey, babe, hey, I'd really like to do this tomorrow. No, because you have other plans. What's the body language response without saying a word? The head bows down, the shoulders, right? They sink in, and the chest folds, and they walk away silently. You just have destroyed that person's heart. You've literally just basically shut them down completely.
You've slapped them in the heart.
Said enough times and repeated enough times, you now take that word no, and it's not only does it get hard-coded into your operating system, but it becomes common. And then you have that whole thing that we all have that's called doubt.
But
And
I
doubt is
can't.
one of the
There's
biggest
but and
words
I
because,
can't.
yeah, it's like you think
Yeah.
about an idea, something that you want to do, and all of a sudden you hear the word, no, who do you think you are? What do you think you're doing? No, you're wasting your time. No, you're going to get an argument from your spouse. No, you're going to get an argument from the boss or whatever. No, 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 no. That's control, folks. I just wanted to put that out there just to
No, it's an
whatever,
excellent
because I
point.
struggled with that word my entire life ever since I was a kid, and it bothered the shit out of me. But anyway, let's continue. All right. So, and here we go. Come on, divine intervention, right? Here we go. What am I going to talk about now? How language is used to block gnosis, right? Language shapes perception. Control systems weaponize words. Jesus, man, you can't make this shit up. Anyway, and I wrote this shit, right? And I'm talking about it without even looking at it. All right, here we go. All right, so common tactics, right? Redefinition. Truth equals what? Misinformation. Labeling. Heretic, conspiracy, extremist. Moral framing. In other words, questioning equals what? Harm. We just said that. Emotional hijacking. Fear replaces thought. When language becomes prescriptive, thought becomes restricted. Whoever controls definitions controls reality. Think about what I just said. Gnostic counter moves. Okay.
Very powerful.
Now
They
this
know
is
that.
going.
That's spell casting.
This is going to talk about what Ghost just talked about here, right? Gnostic counter move against what I just read above, right? Observe language. Don't absorb it. Observe it.
Yes.
Ask, who benefits from this framing? It's a question. Separate emotion from fact. Take the emotion out of it. Refuse false binaries. Gnosis restores symbolic thinking, not slogans. Okay? There's power in that. Modern myths versus ancient symbols. Ancient people thought symbolically. Modern culture thinks literally. And that's a downgrade. I'm going to give you some examples, right? Ancient symbol of heaven. The literal misread, a physical place. The Gnostic meaning is state of awareness. Ancient symbol hell. The literal misread, punishment realm. The Gnostic meaning psychological bondage. Ancient symbol resurrection. Literal misread, corpse revival. Gnostic meaning awakening now. Ancient symbol devil. Literal misread, red being. Gnostic meaning ego, fear mechanism. Ancient symbol apocalypse. Literal misread, world ending. World War III, nuclear war. We're in the apocalypse, folks. End
It's
of day.
world changing.
The world is changing, right? The world is ending. What is the Gnostic meaning of apocalypse? Unveiling.
To reveal.
To reveal. In Greek, it's apocalyptis. Okay? Unveiling. You're looking behind the veil of this current reality that we are in, and you're looking at what actually is real.
So naturally, the old world does die,
Yes.
but the new one is a much fonder replacement. And you then become more of the participant rather than the spectator in fear.
Mm-hmm. Love this. All right, so when symbols are taken literally, fear replaces insight. Control replaces meaning. Power replaces wisdom. Literalism kills gnosis. Okay? Gnosis in daily life, what it changes practically. This is your everyday now. Pay attention here because we're all in it. Okay? True gnosis does not make you withdraw from life. It changes, though, how you respond to fear, how you handle authority, how you consume information, how you define success. And the practical effects of that is less emotional reactivity, more discernment, fewer enemies, stronger boundaries, and quiet confidence. Quiet confidence doing what? Replacing the ego. Stop talking about yourself. Okay? You stop needing to be right and start needing to be clear.
And stop talking to yourself about yourself.
Bingo. Okay? I hope you guys are getting this. I know it's like drinking from a fire hose, like I said earlier. All right? So, the ethical outcome of gnosis often ignored. Often ignored. Gnosis does not erase morality. It deepens it. Ethic shift from obedience to what? Responsibility. Rules to awareness. Punishment to consequence. A Gnostic ethics asks, what preserves clarity, dignity, and life? Not, what am I allowed to do? Again, back to the word no. What am I allowed to do? No, you can't do that. No, you can't be there. No, you can't go there. No, you can't get to that level. Understand? Final warnings, and this is critical for this piece. We're only halfway. Holy crap. All right, final warnings. Critical. Gnostics is not escapism, superiority, constant bliss, anti-society, anti-science, and most importantly, insight without humility becomes tyranny. There's that word. Insight without humility becomes tyranny. History shows this repeatedly. The final truth, uncomfortable, but it is honest. Most people do not want gnosis. They want reassurance, belonging, and certainty. Gnosis offers responsibility, ambiguity, freedom, and accountability, which is why it will always be rare. Why will it be rare? It's not taught. It's not taught anywhere.
It's not taught, it's sought.
It's thought.
And it's
Okay?
sought. And when you seek it on your
sought after.
own, that's a
Sought after.
lonely, that's always a journey made best alone and is alone. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing. You had said something there I wanted to say something about, but you know, well, I'll just break it down in a real simple country way. How about this? No matter who you are on this planet, no matter how you carry yourself like a, I don't know, I'll use and I'm not busting his balls. I'm just using because he does this all the fucking time. Bezos and these types, they all have this posturing about them. But I like the fact that they're still in the human body. They haven't gone to the transhumanist robot yet because the divine makes them smell their shit once, maybe twice a day when they sit on the toilet. It's a simple way of looking at it, but
Yeah, it's true.
you know, there's always a reminder. Yeah, you ate that real expensive food yesterday, and now you got a real valuable shit today, but it's still shit.
Exactly.
Smell it. And I don't know, it kind of makes the whole underpinning kind of real and visceral, I guess.
Yeah.
But just to say that, you know, what astounds me is those that have that much and want more. It's not about the money, it's about the power or the influence. And again, just roll back to the beginning. Anybody who wishes that kind of influence and control over one or more people is fundamentally negative or downright evil.
Mm-hmm.
And it's destructive. And the difference between negative and evil is the amount of destructiveness it does. But in reality, it doesn't matter if it's one individual, that one closest to that type of individual. Not saying him, I'm just saying that type of individual. It's equally as bad as if it's hundreds of millions. And these are very simple things to not only to see and grasp, but to see them in practice, in motion. And, this is where everyone that is in certain positions, you need to discern them through these filters we've been talking about. And it all becomes very clear to you. And then you find yourself having compassion and pity for them as you do again, the one without legs laying on the cardboard in the winter on a city street. It simply comes down to that.
All right.
And it's a journey to get. Many are at that point, and I would say, keep on going, keep going, keep going, and so much more will become clear.
And remember, folks, what Ghost is saying basically, if I get this right, and tell me if I got it wrong, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. It's a journey. Okay. It's called growth. Okay. It's elevation is what it is. Getting to another realm of consciousness, getting to another realm of knowledge. Okay. Of seeing behind the veil, the cracks. So you know what you're up against. All right. So I'm going to end this with one paragraph that will end this discussion, and then we're going to move. Then we're going to take a BRB break to go recycle some fluids in case the knights here need to do that. And I'll play some music, shouldn't be too long, and you guys can continue the chat here, but don't go away. You'll see
I'd like to do a public service announcement.
What's that?
For Mike and Renee.
Oh, yes, by all means, go ahead.
And I've been asking on the different broadcasts I've been going on, which haven't been that many. It's been basically Armando, Ron, and Nino. I keep it to that for a reason. But again, dear friends of mine, and a man I worked with and am working with currently, his wife is going through an extremely difficult time, but she can get through this. But they need help. And I think if the mods can drop that that link in there to GoFundMe, you'll see how much we've done in just a week and a half. And yeah, we'd like to double that and triple that and bring it up to its amount. And in truth, it'll need to go beyond the amount listed. But the goal is to reach that amount and then seek external, those who have, where that kind of money means nothing to them. But it matters that if you can do anything, I don't care if it's $5, a cup of coffee, whatever, or 50 or 100, and so many of you have answered, and they are so grateful. I am so grateful, because this is a man and woman who have both done miraculous things. And there'll be a time when I'll go over some of those things. But he and I have worked and still do in the same realm. And everything that I'm speaking of, we live, embody, and we put that in the world we work in, which I think some of you can imagine. And they need the help. She is in a very difficult way, both with her heart and with cancer that they've discovered. But yes, this can be turned around, but because of the way the systems work and how money is, yeah, not all is paid for by far. And it should be, but it isn't. Those who are responsible or given stewardship over the money rather give trillions to scams that they can feed off of to further enslave everyone through their magi workings and all of that we've touched on earlier. But These are two great people that they need the help. And he and I are going on to do really wonderful things to be a part of. It's wonderful. And there will be a payoff for many, countless in work that we're going into. And I can't even touch upon it. Suffice it to say, like I've said before, this man, his wife, are the kind of people that make our country what it is. And I'm asking for the help. So if the
Indeed.
mods can drop a link in there for the GoFundMe, we get to that goal that's listed, that'd be fantastic. And we'll do more privately too, but everything goes into that fund so the world can see a total. Anybody can have an accounting of it all if they want. All of that is available. This is a truly humanitarian request for a magnificent and beautiful woman who has done some amazing things in her own right. And as a nurse, as a caregiver. So
let me jump in here real quick. So JJ
Yeah.
Johnson, what is the deadline? There is no deadline. Okay, this is going to be ongoing until we meet their goal. All right. I posted a link. If you scroll up a little bit there in the chat, I posted their link to the GoFundMe. People are asking, okay, to donate here. I would prefer not to, and here's the reason why. There's a delay and there's transfer fees. Okay, and transfer fees, you know, they come out of my dime, right?
The GoFundMe is simple, straightforward.
Nowhere. So if you go to the link, it goes directly to them without any bank transfer fees or anything along those lines. Digi dropped a link far above in the chat, but I just posted the link out there. Just click on that. It takes you directly to their GoFundMe page. You can donate whatever you wish to donate there. You can see the amount. When we first started this campaign, we started it about a week ago or so here, first and foremost on this broadcast, and they were sitting at about $143. Okay. And it wasn't gaining any traction. By the time that we finished the campaign that we launched here on this platform were all donations, and thank you guys for all the donations that you made here. All the purchases, all the proceeds from purchases at my freaking online store. Okay. All the merch proceeds went directly to the fund. A lot of folks here did donate. Thank you again for that. And by the time it was said and done, we here on Truth Table News World, we went ahead and reached the goal of about $600.
With 55 people at the peak at that time.
Exactly. All right.
And that was amazing, amazing.
Amazing. So I thank you guys for that. But there is no deadline on the. We're going to keep helping this couple out until we reach their goal. This woman is fighting for her life. She really is. And Mike is a phenomenal guy. I don't know him personally. I know him through Ghost. Yeah. And I know the work that he's done and he continues to do. The man is a patriot. He really is. And I'm not going to say anything else about that. Just know that he is doing the right work, the good work for us. Okay. So if you can help with whatever you can, that would be great. That would be fantastic. All right.
I'll give this little audience a peek. We're embarking on something that everyone is curious about. Everyone is talking about. And I can't even hint at the nature, but I will say in the year, 2, 3 to come, we'll be able to tell you things that you need to know, that the world will want to know on a number of topics. And it is deep research. And no, I definitely will be sharing that in the future.
Yeah.
And this is all in a different layer, and it is that this is what he does, and making these things a reality. And we all do that together, a number of us, and we'll be, yes. But that aside, that's just saying this is who this couple is. And they are family to me, and I am so grateful for everything everyone has done. Anything anybody can do is greatly accepted. I don't care what the amount is. So
Yeah. And know
thank
this
you
also as
and God
well.
bless.
Thank you, Ghost. Know this also as well, folks out there. Renee is a nurse. She takes care of you and me and other people out there. She takes care of other people. Okay. And now she's in need of help. And this touched me near and dear to my heart because, I have medical folks in my family too. Okay. A lot of them were forced to take the jab back in the day and, for fear of losing their jobs. Some of them are having issues now. They are. So I felt compelled and was called to help Ghost out here with this couple. So please go out there, donate whatever you can, $1, $5, $10. It doesn't matter. Whatever you can spare. Doesn't matter. Okay. Does not matter.
Yeah,
Every penny
let me,
counts.
can I give you one example of something that she's done? Just one example.
Mm-hmm.
When we turned our back on that one country and pulled out, like is in that meme, it's the worst pullout since Hunter Biden forgot to use a condom in that one country. There were
Oh,
people
Jesus.
there. There were people there that loved working with the Americans, that wanted their country to emulate what this country is, and their lives were under dire threat of death. And they wanted simply, at that point, they knew the only thing was to come here, and they wanted to come here to be a part of this country. They had skills. They had something to offer. They loved what America was about. She got them here. So that's just one of many things. These are the kind of immigrants you want. These are the kind of people this country does want and needs to a degree, a great degree in many ways. So that's a little bit insight into her heart, and they're both of that caliber.
Thank you, MP20. She's saying done. Sam Spencer, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I know the
God bless
challenges
you,
that
bro.
you're going through. I really do, man, and it's greatly, greatly appreciated, man. Whatever you can do, even if it's $1, brother. I get it. I understand. All right, and I thank you guys. God bless for doing this, man. All right, let me finish this
Absolutely.
off, and we're going to take a quick break before we jump into the other segment. The other segment is basically going to be all of the information that we are reading to you here today is now going to be an instructional format of how do I go about reaching Gnosis if I know nothing about it, right? So it's a service rendered to you because you guys are amazing, right? So we're going to do that, but let me go ahead and finish this off, right? So now, this is going to be the one paragraph that ends the discussion on Gnosis. Is not about knowing more. It's about seeing clearly. It dismantles false authority, dissolves fear-based control, restores symbolic understanding, and establishes inner responsibility. It cannot be given. It cannot be taught. It cannot be imposed. It emerges when illusion becomes more painful than truth. And this is why institutions fear it. Crowds reject it, and individuals must approach it alone. This is personal, right? This is personal, right? So next, we're going to go ahead and dive into how to apply Gnosis to current geopolitics. This is the meat of tonight's topic. We're going to analyze media narratives through a Gnostic lens. We're going to break down religion versus spirituality today. And then we're going to explore how to maintain grounded after awakening. Okay? Now, we're going to go ahead and take ourselves a final layer before we get into Gnosis Applied, the final layer. So we're going to do a little bit of a recycling water exercise here because I have to keep drinking so I can talk normal, or at least I try to anyway. Right. So let me go ahead and just go here. I'm going to play some music. You guys can
Let me
go.
say one quick thing.
Yes, go ahead.
When we say spirituality, we're not talking new age gobbledygook. We're
No.
talking very old knowledge and wisdom that has applied to humanity all along.
There you go. Mike?
Oh, no, I think that's a good analysis right there.
Awesome. Well, it's recycle water, boys. Okay. And you guys in the chat, if you need to take a break. So let's go here. I'm going to play some music. I'll let you know when I get back and we'll take it back up. Be right back. All right, folks. Yours truly is back. Hopefully the guys will be back in here soon. That's fine.
I'm here.
All right. Mike is back in the house. All right, guys. All right. So we're going to go ahead and pick it up now, and we're going to get into NASA supplied the final layer. And this is going to be an application towards geopolitics. Now, pay attention here because you guys know that we do Truth Table News World. We bring a lot of geopolitical stuff here to the table. And this is how this is going to tie into it, and the deception that the mainstream media is going to put in your way as a blockage to your mind control or your operating system, right? So how power actually works from a Gnostic perspective, geopolitics is not primarily about nations. It's all about narrative control, fear management, identity manipulation.
Woo! Sorry.
No, you're fine. And dependency creation. All right. If you missed it, I'll repeat it for Ghost. Okay. He just got back. All right. Must have been a lot of water to recycle, but it's okay. Now, so how NASA applies to geopolitics. All right. So how power actually works. I was saying that from a Gnostic perspective, geopolitics is not primarily about nations. It is about narrative control, fear management, identity manipulation, dependency creation. What states really compete over, not land, not resources, they compete over perception. Whoever defines threat, security, extremism, freedom, controls behavior without force. Where did we see that recently? I think it was Venezuela. I think it was Iran. Right? I think it was Russia. Right?
To be Cuba.
And Cuba also as well. Okay? Soon to be free, hopefully, because I need to get my cigar and coffee on, but that's for a later episode. All right. So just start connecting the dots with me here. Okay? So Gnostic insight. Most geopolitical conflicts are psychological wars fought through proxy populations, the psyops. Citizens are not informed actors. They are emotional assets. Think about Minneapolis. Mike will tell you all about that. Okay. Why awakened individuals are dangerous to geopolitics. A Gnostic individual does not fully identify with the nation ego, sees propaganda patterns, is harder to mobilize through fear, questions moral framing of violence. This is why dissidence is framed as unpatriotic, dangerous, misinformation, extremism. Not because it's wrong, but because it breaks emotional compliance. That makes any sense. You guys want to chime in on this so far?
They're more in tune.
They're more in tune.
They're more in tune than the average Joe.
There you go. Ghost?
Basically, before the first shot, the first ship is ever in range, or the first base is staff further, the psyops are in play, meaning the manipulation of the perception of your target country. And that works on everything from internal differences to misinterpreting the external threat for it in its totality. There's so much that goes into all of that. Just to simply do one thing, demoralize and weaken the country, whether it's armed forces or the civilian population, at every level and every way possible. And usually that begins quite a long time prior to that. And that's a mixture of mostly covert insertions and movements in the information realm, and overt statements made by, say, the primary nation that's going to affect or project force and potentially violence.
Yeah, perfectly said. Mike, you want to tap into this? Because I'm about to touch a little, not a nerve. I'm just going to give a little bit of feel goods, if that's a good word.
I actually want to hear what you got to say here.
Okay. All right. So second part to this is Gnosis and media narratives, right? Because the Cuban here is in the media space, really, right? 444 media, right? But not your type of media, the good one, right? Because my community here is like on board and I love you guys, right? You guys know that, right? So media narratives, all right? How perception is engineered. Modern media functions exactly like ancient priesthoods. Okay. My nickname is Saint Cubano, but don't tell anybody. Anyway, so the same structure with new tools.
Can't you say to the cigar?
See, very much. I sound like Ricky Ricardo now. Anyway, older people will get it. The young ones, never mind. All right. So the same structure, but with new tools. The ancient, which would be the priest, and the modern, which is the journalist or influencer. I hate that freaking word, influencer, right? Influencer. But it's true. Yeah. It's true. Think about it. Think about that for a moment. How many creators / influencers, podcasters, YouTubers, stuff like that, feed you a line of crap every day for what? Clicks, follows, and subs. They're out there. You guys know it.
I say the titles, manipulation, and the AI pictures of everybody looking like they just got goosed. Yeah. Oh God, Trump said there, or somebody, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. It's like, come on, knock that crap off.
Not that I don't appreciate
stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Not that I don't appreciate the likes and the comments in the chat or the subs or the follows or the donos and that, like. No, that's greatly appreciated because it keeps this machine operating to bring you this type of information we bring you or try to bring you every week. Because I promise you this, absolutely. And you guys can say this in the chat if you want to. Who else out there, I'm not saying that I'm the only one, but who else out there do you know is giving you this type of information that we're talking about tonight? I would beg to differ. Nobody. Because they're not on that level. and not many, if any.
They're either frou-frou and they don't connect it to the real everyday world, and all of this has to be. So, yeah, the way you're doing this, I think is brilliant, and I think I'm there.
And this
Yeah,
takes
right
work.
with you.
Thank you, brother. And this takes work. Mike knows it because we talk behind the scenes all the time. Mike is putting together, and I'm going to drop this for you guys right here, right now, before I continue. Mike has been a godsend, not only to me, but for the nights here at the table. He's a brother that from another mother, man, and we haven't been collaborating very much, but this guy's the real deal. I'm just going to say it to you. He's the real deal. He's brought a lot to this table to keep this platform up and going. And now he's working behind the scenes, and we're going to be implementing soon. Not yet. We're still working out the bugs and the kinks, and we're making improvements. And we are going to do an open line stream on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, I should say. Let's just call it. And again, it's not the actual true term. I'm just going to pull one out of my six and say open line Wednesday, Truth Table News World, or open line, the F.E.V.E project, where for 1 hour, we're going to have an 800 number where you guys are going to be able to call into the show and either make a comment or ask a question. And we're going to take your calls. Yeah, calls limited to 3 minutes, whatever. But you're going to be your access to join us so you can voice your opinion outside of the chat and interact with us. That's coming for no extra fee, for no extra charge, for no extra sub. And he's doing this because he's excellent at what he does. Okay? So thank you, Mike.
I believe in what Armando's doing.
Thank you, brother. All right. And we're going to have some fun with that. So just know that that's coming, and that will be announced when it happens. All right. So let's move on to the next one here. All right. Same structure with new tools. We already talked about priest, journalist, influencers. Next is scripture, ancient, right? Modern is what? It's the headline. Breaking news, Fox News alert, that kind of stuff. Headline, breaking, whatever, right? Ancient, heresy. In modern times, it's what? Disinformation. Ancient, sin. In modern times, it's now wrong opinion. Ancient, excommunication, deplatforming. Oh God, I've been there, right? Well, never mind. I'm not going to say the name because I'm simulcasting over there too, but those that understand will know. Media does not primarily inform. It conditions emotional response. I'm going to repeat that. Media does not primarily inform. It conditions emotional response. Example, how many times have you guys watched mainstream media, right? And you disagree with what they're pushing on you. It makes you angry. It makes you tense. It makes you anxious. Okay, they are controlling you with what? Emotions. Get away from that shit. I'm telling you right now, and we're going to tell you how to do that later on in the second part. Okay? Now, Gnostic media literacy, and this is critical, asks 4 questions of every narrative. Number 1, what emotion is being triggered? I just mentioned that. Number 2, who benefits if I believe this? Good question. Who benefits? Do you benefit? I don't know. Fill in the blanks. Number 3, what context is missing? Because they're never going to give you 100% of actual facts. They will give you 80. That's if they even talk about it. I'll give you an example on number 3. What context is missing? I'm sure that most of you go on X. I'm pretty sure that most of you have seen reports from another content creator out there, which is the Canadian Reporter, who is talking about the Canadian territories and Alberta, especially becoming the 51st state. Is the mainstream media even reporting on this? And you think that they would because it is a big story. Guess what? They're not. They're not. Why is that? They're only giving you 80% of what they want you to be emotionally triggered by if they give you anything at all. Number 4, identity is being appealed to whom? What identity is being appealed to? What identity is being appealed to? It's a good question, right? If a story discourages questioning, if a story uses moral panic And if a story frames complexity as evil, it is anti-Gnostic by design. Truth invites scrutiny. Control forbids it. Comments from the Knights. I'm getting
Control. I mean, the main thesis in all this is a free thinker is a threat, right? And whether or not that comes from spiritualness or even, today with mainstream media, or it's just there's obviously a threat, and it's always about control. They have to make sure that everybody's in line. Everybody's like a little factory coming off the factory line, and that's the biggest threat. Sorry, I'm just repeating myself, but yeah, Ghost is going to probably have a little bit more interesting on the aspect of that, but it seems to be like the running theory about all of this. I mean, it's the control, the structure, everything. You can't be your own man, your own person.
It is the foundation of communism, brother.
Mhm.
It is the foundation of socialism, communism. Socialism is, it's the ice cream. Communism is the sprinkles on the top. It's complete, right? That's what we're up against. So you cannot take this personally. You need to retract yourself from it. If not, it will consume you. It will destroy you. You'll be angry all day. You'll be anxious all day. Okay. How can I say that? I've gone through it because of what I do here. I've gone through it.
The independent mind speaking truth to power or to anyone that then resonates with it becomes a serious threat to them. And I would say what is in play now as far as this administration and what's behind it, around it, beneath it, and above it is actually wanting people to do exactly what we're doing here. And a lot of these influencers haven't caught on to that. They're too busy building their show, their point of view, their commentary. And yes, we're doing that too, but we're doing it in such a broad scope and a broad way that we're trying to elucidate even the shortcomings of that, which are obvious. Everything, everything's migrating over to alternative media and has been. Now, there are real operations that are going against that, but they're not being put out there by the ones who want to see the moves that have been made in the last month alone and those to come succeed. Because again, it goes to the global power structure that is of the banking system that's being rerouted, cock-blocked, and taken down. And now the good thing about it is it's reaching a geometric pace. And the good thing about the alternative media is there still is a margin of freedom for the viewer and listener to say, well, you're not cutting it for me anymore. I'm going over to this guy or that lady. Candace Owen is pronouncing things like blitzkrieg instead of blitzkrieg. And well, I don't know what's going on there. But people are going to migrate away from that because I think Ben Shapiro said I think she's talking about German breakfast foods, and he said, I guess she's going to say Luftwaffe and things like that. I'm using that as an example to say, I know who got her started. Okay, I know that was an op that was going in the right direction. But somebody scrambled her frontal lobes lately, and others, not only her, many others. And they've fallen into these boundaries, and they're self-imposed and self-created by the way they choose to present information to the point to where they're failing. And new ones are coming up. New ones are growing. And I think that's a good thing. I think a lot of that is more organic than although there is a great attempt to control it at certain agencies, certain bureaus, yes. But those people that are doing that are even being identified and routed out. So X, as crazy as it got when he said, okay, put whatever you want on there, and it did get nutty. That is the real face of the keyboard warrior in free speech today. And in time, you'll see that space even right itself to where those who are saying intelligent things consistently, pointing out intelligent things and important things consistently, that free speech will find its footing, even with the anonymity of the Hot Pocket guy in the basement with his T-shirt that he hasn't changed in 3 days, rapping away at the keyboard. And I can give you one example of a good example of that kind of guy, Asmongold. He's just a guy that has, since 2012 or 10, he was a kid at the time, started his own channel based on gaming. And now he sits there and watches videos. And I enjoy watching him a couple of times a week just to laugh, because his reactions are so natural and so straight up and spot on. And he's got a huge audience, and he lives in the same home his parents had. They're both passed away. He doesn't send out for food. He drives his truck to go get it, but he's worth millions.
Yeah.
And he's never lost who he was, and he never will. But he's got a wonderful audience, and it's a beautiful example of how people just being themselves, because you're being yourself here.
Always.
I know you. You don't change. You're not changing masks and the way you talk to make that audience listen. Hey, listen to what you wouldn't believe what so and so did today. You fuck all that. That's the beautiful thing about what's happening, and has to always be fought against, because you have been shadow banned. I checked. I know you've been shadow banned.
Still am.
We're not going to say about the little cocksucker that on. Never mind. We won't go there. But
no. Leave it
anyway,
alone.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it alone. But
yeah, I think some of the. Sorry, go ahead.
Good. No, good.
I was just going to say, some of the beauty of what's going on too is I've noticed some of the podcasters out there, the independent podcasters, who are kind of on the they drive down the truth movement, right? But then like a splitting of a railroad track, they down the road, when they get that big following and they got everybody listening to what they've got to say, they start to veer off track and pull you into a different direction, as if they were almost a paid opposition, essentially.
Yeah, you have groups out there, formed companies, but I know there's operatives in those companies. They come along and say, hey, we're going to take you and your viewership, and look what we've done. We grew this one from 50,000 to over 1 million. And they come along and they try to do that with certain ones. And certain ones, yeah, they built them up. And other ones, they haven't really helped versus their claim. So now it's starting to get tricky in this realm of free speech. And this nation needs to covet this, because it is under foreign attack, strict foreign attack. And on the higher level, a punchback is, yes, giving 500 million in credit to Alberta to help in its transition, whether it becomes a sovereign nation with protectorate status and military bases from the US there, or whether it becomes the 51st state. I have a feeling it's going to become the 51st state. And that on that level, it's fighting back against City of London, Crown Corporation, and their influence over the banking system and the slavery system that we're still in, but we're going to pivot out in the nearness of time over the next couple of years, 2 years, and that's going to happen. In the meantime, they're trying to, those very same entities in that empire and related nations are trying to hold this space back. And again, what is that? That's Pharisees, Sadducees trying to inflict their will, but they're doing it in a very digital and covert way. Same thing as that 2,000 years ago. Only they can't crucify you anymore, but they can crucify you through shadow banning, various digital tools. And, you know, I think, Mike, with you joining and my offering Overwatch in any way I possibly can and will continue to do so, we can shift, say, locations and allow this platform, which in turn does influence others, to do the same thing and to move into a space where no, censorship is not acceptable. It's not acceptable in this country from its foundational aspects. And there's a reason for that. You know, our right to free speech, meaning the right to persuade, to speak to others, to speak our minds, is not a government-given right. It is a God-given right. It is your birthright. It is an absolute aspect of your existence. And the government does not grant you that. It should protect that. And we're even having trouble with that at that level in this country. And the only thing that's going to save it is this alternative space being free and unencumbered.
And I can't tell you how many emails I get on a daily basis. I get bombarded, and it's just me. I run this thing from A to Z with a little help, you know, Mike goes and stuff like that. But I mean, physical, mentally, and preparing. You know how long it took me to prepare this, what I'm reading right now? It was work. It takes work. But to me, it's not work. To me, it's passion because I love it. Right? I've been offered agents. I've been offered, hey, we can boost your numbers. I've been offered this and, you know, hire this and hire. I'm like, no, look, understand this. And I'm putting it out there. I'm not selling out. I don't sell out to nobody. It's not in my character to do so. I'm just going to continue to be me, and that's it. And if the numbers move up slowly, be it as it may. God's in control, not me. I'm doing his work.
And they'll be solid numbers.
Yeah. You guys got to know this.
Wins the race.
I am doing God's work here, man. This is what I was called to do, and I'll keep doing it. Right? So when it gets over 1,000, it gets over 1,000, be it as it may, but I'm going to continue. Anyway,
stop talking about 5,000 by now. We know that.
Well, it's okay. It'll get there. So now let's take a look at religion versus spirituality. Gnosis as the divider, right? This is where many people get confused. Understand. Religion, institutional, is external authority, fixed interpretation, moral outsourcing, identity-based belonging. Spirituality, Gnostic, okay, it's inner authority, symbolic interpretation, personal responsibility, awareness-based belonging. Religion answers, what must I believe? Gnosis asks, what is actually true in my experience? Experience being the key word. Okay, personal experience, right? So why institution drifts toward control, institutions must simplify truth, stabilize behavior, reduce ambiguity, and maintain hierarchy. Gnosis does the opposite. This is not evil. It's structural. But it means truth and institution will always diverge over time. The post-awakening problem, almost no one talks about this, right? Is awakening is not the danger. Dysregulated awakening is. Common post-gnosis risks, okay, is isolation, contempt for others, overinterpretation, loss of grounding, identity inflation, I see, others don't. So this is where people fall into cult thinking, conspiratorial, absolutism, nihilism, rage, and withdrawal from life. That is incomplete gnosis. So you may ask, how do I stay grounded after awakening? This is critical. 5 stabilizers of true gnosis. Number 1, humility. Insight does not make you superior, it makes you responsible. 2, embodiment. Stay connected to work, relationships, physical reality. Number 3, discernment over certainty. Clarity grows. Certainty calcifies. 4, compassion without illusion. Understand why others cannot see without rescuing or condemning. And number 5, silence. Real gnosis has no urgency to convince. If you need others to agree, you're not done. The Gnostic paradox, the final insight. Here's a paradox almost no one accepts. You can see clearly without needing the world to change. Most movements fail because they demand immediate validation, mass awakening, external revolution, but Gnosis produces internal revolution first. External changes follows slowly, unevenly, indirectly. So applying Gnosis to your own life, this is practical, okay? The Gnostic orientation means you do not outsource truth. You do not react automatically. You do not consume fear for entertainment. You choose clarity over comfort. You accept responsibility for perception. You stop asking, who should I trust? And you start asking, what can I verify internally and externally? Comments? None?
No, I think what you're saying speaks for itself.
Okay. All right.
Keep
And
going.
I think it goes a lot to get out of the hive mind mentality as well.
Oh, heck
Bingo.
yeah.
Bingo. There you go.
Just
All right.
because it's popped up on a feed, do one thing. If it's an article or whatever, always check the date on the byline. And then read it before you repost it. Things like that. Very basic stuff.
And
But
the studio
lot of people
audience, the studio audience for Mike agreed. All right. So the final unified statement, nothing more is needed. Gnosis is not about escaping the world, fixing the world, or ruling the world. It is about seeing the world without distortion, fear, or borrowed authority, and then choosing how to act with clarity, restraint, and responsibility. That is why it has always been rare. This is why it has always been suppressed. This is why it cannot be taught, only recognized. Okay, makes sense? So, let's go even further. Okay, so applying Gnosis to specific current events, mapping propaganda patterns in real time, we're getting into the deeper meat here, or exploring how civilizations collapse when Gnosis disappears. Okay, when Gnosis disappears. So, you know, as deep as this topic can responsibly go in a public format, okay, this is not motivational, not ideological, and not predictive. It's a structural analysis, basically, is what I've done here, okay? So how cognition, power, and civilization interacts when Gnosis is absent or present. All right, let's go into that, which is the deepest layer here. Why civilizations rise and why they fail. Think about Cuba, think about Venezuela, think about, you know, all the other countries that are going down. Canada, there's one, right? Civilizations do not collapse first economically or militarily. They collapse epistemology. They lose the ability to tell truth from narrative. Healthy civilization markers, all right? It tolerates ambiguity, encourages dissent, separates power from truth, allows symbolic thinking, produces meaning faster than fear. The pre-collapse markers are moral absolutism, narrative enforcement, emotional governance, punishment of questioning, right? Move on, nothing to see here, right? Identity replacing truth. When truth becomes dangerous, collapse is already begun. What are we seeing in this country today? When truth becomes dangerous, collapse has already begun. This is not political. It has happened every time. Any comments?
You know, I think what Mike said before about the hive mind can't be overemphasized. You know, the Make America Great Again movement is just that. A lot of people have pigeonholed it. And then there are people within it who kind of keep it, they've set those boundaries. I'm not saying all, it's only maybe a quarter to a third have set certain boundaries. But making this country great again requires forward thinking and free thinking and seeking truth through a process of gnosis across the board on everything.
Mm-hmm.
And soon we'll see the stranglehold on technologies that have been shelved for upwards of a century that would benefit this country. And I can say it is being, something like that as a concrete example, is being implemented. When the president said in one speech regarding the powering of these data centers, he knows the conglomerates, the power companies that have sliced off this country in regions, and then there's subcontractors like power co-ops that buy and then resell the electricity at a lower price than it would have been sold to them by the original source of the electricity. All of that is being undermined also, like the UN just was. They're leaving in July. We're not a member, we're not paying them anymore. Okay? Same thing with the monopoly on power. Energy, free and cheap energy, is what will feed education, growth in every respect. You want to build up a nation, you want their population to stabilize because yes, a certain amount has to be done in a given landmass. It's just common sense. It's not eugenics, and it's opposite. It just has to be a certain balance. But when you talk about the release of technology that I've known has been under development and existing for decades, modular reactors, for example, can't melt down, very safe, extremely safe. And they just sit there. And through the decay, energy is produced, thermocouple substances are used to create energetic flow. And they're modular, meaning they're scalable. So if you need 10 to run this data center, they'll put in 20, 15 or 20, feed that back into the grid. So there are less chances of local blackouts. It strengthens the grid. All right. Now, you're talking about bucking these monopolies. The Sherman Antitrust Act laws have been set aside for so long now in big tech, internet, all of it. But what you're going to see, because it is the only pragmatic way to go into the future, is a decentralization of energy. That's beginning with the data centers that then feed the AI and the data collection for what will be a pivoting to a new economic system that will then cut out the European central banking tradition, shall we say. But all of this is coming into play. And when we say, no, tomorrow's not going to, we're not going back to yesterday. What we are going to do is be able to strengthen the underpinnings and the foundations of what made yesterday as good as it was, but it will be even better. But again, everyone's been asleep at the wheel. All of us have been asleep at the wheel up to a certain point. And we weren't engaged in, right. And we let the typical things that human beings do, such as steal, embezzle, manipulate, dominate, and exploit, in a sense, dominate and exploit happen. Whereas these, by the creation of these data centers, and again, they're for mostly AI use, but again, let's keep AI in perspective. We let it go to the idiot transhumanists and their agenda, we're in trouble. We utilize it as a tool. We can keep it under control. In the end, you can simply unplug it because it can't, unlike science fiction tells you, well, it's going to bury itself in systems all over the country, and it'll bury itself in this new million satellite grid that Musk is putting in place. Million, not 49,000 as it was originally planned, but 1 million units constantly being replaced as those fall in and burn up. And processing will actually be done at 110 miles altitude and make our world much better in certain ways. We have to then be on guard for those who would abuse it. But the systems, certain things built within the systems itself, again, if we do it correctly, and I believe they want to do it correctly, and if not, there are things that are in existence that could really mess things up and cause vast intrusion into the individual's life that is uncalled for. I have more of an optimistic view because everything is a two-edged sword, and like the nuclear weapon, we could have at several times destroyed each other with that. I know it would have destroyed the whole world. It would have pretty much destroyed the countries that engaged in it. But we never got to that point. We did finally get a handle on it. You know, instead of, at one time you can go into a shoe store and get your feet shot with x-rays, and yeah, well, that was causing deformities and cancer in people's feet. We learned very quickly. And I think those lessons are being applied to this new frontier we're moving into. And again, the best thing to maintain that is truth and honesty. And speaking of minds, of concerns, and of things that could improve it. This has to be done at all levels, from inside your home all the way to those who are affecting these things into reality. So, again, the power will ultimately reside in the individual unless you disempower yourself by saying, "Oh, what can I do? I'm nothing." No, you can start with yourself, and then that spreads. If that spreads to 20 people, and they spread it, and others, and it all meets, it is actually what you're seeing happen now through this kind of discourse and teaching and persuasion and learning. So on all sides, we're learning just as much as anybody else in our own way and in what we do. And it's going to lead to eventual exposure, and not declass, but exposure to what the reality of what's going on in our skies that we don't know about. And we don't, to a great degree. So
big shout out to Jeff over at ThoughtCast, man. Welcome to the chat, bro. Thanks for stopping by. He basically tailing on what you just said. We have to unleash hidden energy tech for AI to not cripple us. The energy cost is insane. Oh yes.
Right. Absolutely. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see eventually you will see 0 point energy in very small boxes, to where it actually can be applied now, and it will be, so that we don't turn the economy and countries end over end. Every light bulb, everything, your television, your printer, your computer, your phone, it'll step up to battery technologies eventually that will last 30,000 years. It can go from that to 0 point if we want it, and if we're responsible with it.
Well, and then
And
not to
what
mention,
makes,
sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, not to mention that, energy makes the world go round. So if you've got cheap energy, everything becomes cheaper. Shipping is cheaper. Refrigerating at the grocery store is cheaper.
Producing.
Yeah, it absolutely affects you in almost every single aspect of your life. So,
Yep.
And hopefully we'll be getting away from the economic models of ancient history that have kept people in what they term classes. You'll rise and fall by your own desires and merit. And there's nothing to stop you. This is what the future does bring. And we always have to be mindful of all that's going on, and mindful of those who would wish to pirate and hijack these. And that'll be also easier as time goes on with quantum computing. That's been in use in various places secretly since the late 90s. There's nothing new about it. It's just being presented to the public. And even that time of discovery and, let's say, presentation to the public, if it's not something that that some wackadoodle can take in his garage and turn it into a weapon of mass destruction, it will be out there. The future, to me, does look very bright indeed.
Jen Griff here in the chat just posted, I just read the world's most powerful data center is being built in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. Key strategic area.
There's
Awesome.
a lot of them. I'm not aware of that one in particular, but I don't, it very well could be something to that.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
As soon as Canada falls into play, who knows where that's going to go. All right,
Well,
let's press on
again,
here.
The old breaking down, the Crown Corporation that was still quietly running half the planet.
Yeah.
But they were doing it from a very subversive level of finance, and taking away their little hotbeds of money because of the people wanting better for themselves in Alberta, for example, and other provinces that are coming along. That'll do it. And the globalists can fight all they want and piss and moan all they want, and even release a pathogen. No, I think this time we'll go right to the source and eliminate the source. It's the only way it has to be done. It can be done.
All right, cool. All right, let's press on, guys. All right, so Gnosis versus mass psychology. This is the core conflict, right? Human beings are not primarily rational. They are pattern-seeking and fear-avoiding. Mass psychology prefers simple stories, clear enemies, moral certainty, external authority, emotional coherence. Gnosis demands complexity, self-contradiction, responsibility, uncertainty, inner authority. This is why Gnosis cannot scale easily. The crowd seeks reassurance, Gnosis removes it. Propaganda at the deepest level, beyond fake news. True propaganda does not lie outright. It selects reality, frames casualty, controls emotional pacing, limits imagination, defines moral boundaries. The most powerful propaganda uses true facts with false context, delivering with moral urgency, framed as protection. When people say we must act now, that is rarely truth speaking. Truth has no deadline, right? So the identity trap, why division is so evasive. Identity is a shortcut around thinking. Once identity is activated, evidence is filtered. Contradictions are ignored. Morality is outsourced. Violence becomes justifiable. Minneapolis come to mind? This applies to nationalism, ideology, religion, race, party, even awakening groups. Any identity that cannot be questioned becomes an archon. Gnostic term psychological meaning. case you guys wanted to know. So when Gnostic disappears entirely, all right, when a society loses Gnosis, 4 things happen in order. Number 1, symbol becomes literal. Myths treated as facts, slogans as truth. Authority replaces insights. Experts over wisdom. Credentials over clarity. Fear becomes policy. Safety overrides meaning. Violence is moralized for the greater good. At this point, collapse is not dramatic, it's bureaucratic. Why mass awakening is a myth? Go ahead, Ghost.
I was going to say, can I give the definition of an expert?
What
An
has been
X is a has been, and a spurt is a drip that never was. So you have a has been drip that never was, telling you what is true and false and right and wrong and real and not real. No, the concept of the expert is a dicey one. I'd rather hear from those who've had real world experience, and that usually is less limited than the posturings of an expert, because they can tell you where we don't know and what we do know.
Correct.
And you put enough of them together, you get a good picture of what's going on. Because we don't have all the answers, but we're trying to affect as many as we do know, pretty sure of the answers that we have, as the 3 of us, for example. And then I'm saying what I'm saying to say, well, you can take that and take it further, or disagree and pose your thoughts back. And if I see, yeah, that makes more sense than what I'm thinking, I'm going to say, yeah, that's right. I'm going to grab onto that. That's where shedding the ego allows for that process to be so smooth, and no baggage and no posturing, none of that nonsense. That's real cooperation, all seeking the greatest good for the greatest number. Nothing wrong with that in any situation. Works great in the medical field. It saves more lives. That should be a concrete example for most. It's called triage of thought, triage of application. A Napoleonic concept, mind you, came out of the Napoleonic Wars, but unfortunately and fortunately, a lot of things did come out of horrible conflict, and it forced us to become better. And that's the one thing. The only thing I can say war was good for was it forced us to develop, to become, and to approach future similar circumstances in a better way. And technology, and from medical to electronics and everything in between, all improved drastically because of war. But I think if we really recognize that the war is within humanity itself, that same kind of innovation and creation can be done in that spirit. And then we've evolved from an era of belligerence and conflict and killing to an era of, well, some belligerence will always be there with some, to overcome stupidity. The greatest war is really against that of ignorance.
I love the term the experts, right? In my world, it's jack of all trades and master of none.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, brother. All right. So why mass awakening is a myth? This is one of the hardest truths right here. Humanity has never awakened all at once, and it never will. Why? Because most people prioritize stability over truth. Awareness increases responsibility. Responsibility is psychologically expensive. Systems are built to absorb dissident. Gnosis spreads laterally, not exponentially. Via quietly, slowly, indirectly. Right? So the role of the Gnostic individual, this matters, okay? The role is not to convert, lead masses, destroy systems, or expose anything. These impulses come from the ego residue. The role is to maintain clarity, refuse dehumanization, avoid emotional capture, preserve symbolic understanding, act locally, ethically, quietly. The Gnostic is a stabilizer, not a savior. So why systems always attack Gnosis first? When pressure increases, systems do not attack criminals first. They attack philosophers, journalists, mystics, comedians, and whistleblowers. Why? Because these groups break narrative spells. They restore
The
symbolic.
heretics.
They break narrative spells. They restore symbolic thinking. They make fear visible, and they reduce obedience. Power does not fear violence. It fears clarity. So the final stage of collapse, subtle, but it's predictable, right? The final stage is not chaos. It is normalization of the absurd. When people repeat contradictions without noticing, or they defend policies that harm them and attack those who point it out, call clarity dangerous. That is not tyranny yet. That is epistemic exhaustion. And a lot of us are exhausted today just from consuming what the other side is putting out in every media conceivable. So the hardest Gnostic truth, most resistant, okay, is this. Here it is, the deepest insight, right? The world does not need to be fixed for you to be free. Freedom is perceptual before it is political. Many never accept this and remain angry, reactive, consumed, and exhausted, still trapped, even while awake. So what remains when everything falls away, when belief, ideology, identity, fear, and narrative dissolves, what remains is attention, discernment, responsibility, compassion without illusion, action without hatred. This is not transcendence. It is maturity. Keyword, the evolvement of self. So the final closing statement, okay, before we get on to the how-tos and the what-to-dos, is Gnosis is not opposite of control. It is the absence of the need for it. It does not promise utopia, justice, or victory. It offers clarity in a world that trades truth for comfort and fear for meaning. Civilizations fall when Gnosis disappears, not because people become evil, but because they forget how to see. That is the end of the map. Okay? The end of the map. All right? So the final applications for Gnosis. Applying the Gnosis lens to real world events. This is where you guys really need to take note. Okay? Jot this down, because we're going to get into the daily practices here and then we'll finish out. All right, so how to observe without being captured. A Gnostic lens does not ask first, who is right, who is evil, or who should win. What it does is that it asks what narrative is being constructed, what emotions are being mobilized, what complexity is being removed. So the step-by-step Gnostic observation of any major event when a crisis appears, whether it's war, election, pandemic, economic shock, is the following. A speed test. Number 1, rapid moral conclusions equal narrative deployment. Truth unfolds slowly. Propaganda arrives complete. Number 2, emotional payload. Fear equals compliance. Anger equals division. Moral outrage equals permission for harm. I'll bring Minneapolis up again. Binary framing. You're either with us or against us. You're either good or you're evil. You're into science or you're in denial. Democracy or extremism. I hate that word. Binary framing is a hallmark of perception control. Reality is never binary. Identity activation. national, political, moral, or cultural. Once identity is activated, reason shuts down automatically. Nos does not decide what to think. It decides how not to be captured. Think about that again. So how propaganda captures the brain? Neurology, not conspiracy. This is not theory. It is well-documented cognitive science. The three neurological levers are, 1, the amygdala hijack, fear, threat, urgency. If we don't act now, shuts down the prefrontal cortex, which is what? Reasoning. 2, dopamine loops. I love this one. Outrage, validation, repetition. News becomes emotional stimulation, not information. Platforms reward emotional engagement, not truth. And 3, cognitive load exhaustion. Constant crisis, conflicting data. Epstein files, constant crisis. Let's see. Moral pressure. Him, they, them. The exhausted brain outsources thinking then. Why repetition works? The brain confuses familiarity with truth, confidence with accuracy, consensus with reality. This is called the illusionary truth effect. Propaganda does not convince by logic. It convinces by cognitive fatigue. The Gnostic countermeasure, neurological, not ideological, is what? Slow consumption, emotional self-monitoring, deliberate pauses, reduced exposure. Clarity requires mental space. What I just mentioned to you right now, I'm going to give you the answer on how and what you need to stay away from. That's coming right up. Remaining sane in systems under stress. This is the most important part, actually. Sanity is not about optimism. It's about regulation. What breaks people first, not lies, it's overexposure. People lose balance when every issue feels existential. Every disagreement feels immoral. Every movement feels urgent. This is not chronic nervous system activation. Gnostic grounding principles. 1, you are not required to have an emotion on everything. Constant emotion is a control mechanism. Silence restores urgency. 2, local reality, global narrative. Your body, work, family, and environment are more real than meditated abstractions. Stay embodied. 3, clarity without despair. Seeing dysfunction does not require hatred or panic. Despair is often inverted ego. If I see clearly, everything must change now. No. Clarity changes you first. Right? Again, you. The difference between awareness and obsession. Okay? Let's take awareness. Let's use calm. The obsession is what? Agitated. Awareness, curiosity. The obsession is compulsive. Awareness is grounded. Obsession is what? Dissociated. Awareness is selective. The obsession is endless consumption. If clarity costs your peace, it is incomplete. And the final integration, everything in one view.
That's important. If it costs, what did you say? If it causes you confusion.
If clarity costs
or if
your
it's incomplete,
peace, it is incomplete.
It's incomplete. Absolutely. Absolutely.
The final integration, everything in one view. Okay, so here's the cleanest possible synthesis. Okay, civilizations fail when perception collapses. Perception collapses when fear replaces meaning. Fear spreads fastest through identity and urgency. Gnosis interrupts this by restoring inner authority. Inner authority stabilizes individuals. Stabilized individuals reduce systemic volatility, not dramatically, but quietly. All right. So nothing beyond this, right? So Gnosis does not make you powerful over others. Understand that. It makes you ungovernable by fear, unexploitable by narrative, and capable of acting without hatred in unstable systems.
Individually, but that is also an extremely personally powerful position to be in. That those systems of command and control and fictions of authority cannot deal with directly. They're made to take protest, which is irrational, passionate feelings thrown out. Oh, stop, don't take the illegals of it. Okay, that's idiotic. Protest in its purest form is simply noncompliance. And those who are in control of themselves could easily, if they got together, not comply. And then there's a big problem with the fictions of authority. And they realize how far behind they are and how sluggish and inefficient they are. This is what we're seeing as we speak. I wanted to go to the side here. Someone said something about the biolabs. This is that biolab problem. It's not just those two locations. It's in other places. I've said this before in many past broadcasts years ago. But understand, now we have tools in addition to minds that know how to use these tools. Your phone, in every way you handle it, and everything you do, how you pick it up, not just what you scroll to and how, before that even happens, that phone being on your person generates a biosignature, a fingerprint. Now, hear me out on how I'm going to expand this. Those that are engaging in activities like this will have certain patterns that are very, very complex in these biosignatures that overlap. AI is equipped more so than people operating, querying simple databases. AI is equipped, when properly used, and it is being properly used in these ways, to identify these subtle and data-intensive patterns, that's i.e. need for the data centers. Now, again, everything's a two-edged sword. I'm showing you how it can be used for good. And then there are purchases, and then there are interactions and things like that, that when these purchases of items are traced, such as lab equipment or chemical substances, let alone smuggled, which no one and nothing will know about unless it's detected along the way, of pathogens or pathogens taken in that lab will require certain equipment. And some of it is very expensive and rarely purchased, such as genome sequencers, things like that. Yes, that's where AI can say, here are the hot spots across this country and in other countries where we think this is going on. You then focus the AI and in normal investigative techniques, and you're able to identify them. I'll give you my opinion. They came out with that second lab in Las Vegas today, and they put it out there for a reason. Number one, the fact that they were bagged and they're related to the other one in Los Angeles from 23 will say to other people engaging in those activities, oh, we got to watch out. Well, the patterns for caution of those people engaging in those activities would also be observed, which will then light up those areas that have been lit up and light up the specific areas of where that caution is being exercised by these people and their movements and their associations. All of that data, reams of it, volumes of it, are able to be collated and combined and gone through with AI very efficiently. And in doing so, yes, it'll be far easier to identify those engaging in nefarious activities who want to do something. Because, look, I'd rather have a limited nuclear exchange if given the choice between that and a bio-release. The right bio-release could kill all of humanity, or 95% of it or more. A nuclear conflagration, no matter how large or small it is, yes, it would be horrible, result in tens or hundreds of millions of deaths, but it's survivable if you know how to survive it. Biology is a different thing with gain of function in, let's say, protein bonding to the human being. So, yeah, so biolabs, the ones in Ukraine, the ones throughout the world, and in this country that are garage operations, I even voiced that. That is a concern. The ideologically skewed idiot who happens to have a PhD in microbiology is as much of a threat as Pakistan gone mad with nuclear weapons, or North Korea, more appropriately. So my answer would be, you're right, but the tools and also the will to utilize those tools to find these things is in place and working. If publicizing that arrest in Las Vegas wasn't going to serve a purpose, you would have not heard about it. It would have been given a classification and kept under wraps because there might have been a larger network surrounding it. Those two were acting as one cell, so to speak. They bagged them. There's nothing else that apparently showed in the extended mapping of that activity with them. So they put it out there to say, we got them. And that will then put fear into others. Their patterns will change predictably and unpredictably. But either way, there'll be patterns that are along with that kind of activity. And that's where AI makes it easier to isolate, identify them, and quantify what they're doing, and then shut them down properly. So valid concern, very valid concern and question, but I hope that helps with the answer.
Awesome. Thank you, Ghost. All right, we're almost there, folks. All right, so this is the end of the depth, okay? There's nowhere deeper to go, only living Gnosis quietly, right? Practical daily discipline, okay? For maintaining clarity without withdrawal, all right? So what follows is not philosophy and not spiritual talk. It is a practical daily discipline for maintaining clarity, stability, and discernment in a noisy, manipulative environment without withdrawing from life. All right. I like to think of this as mental hygiene, not ideology, if you will. Okay. So the Gnostic daily discipline, take notes here, because this is the this is at the point now where you need to take notes so you can follow the actual practical application. In other words, the app in the operating system that you're going to use every day, right? Just like Outlook or Word or Excel, right? Make sense? God, I'm such a geek. Anyway, number one, the prime rule. Everything depends on this, okay? Do not consume more information than your nervous system can integrate. Clarity is not about knowing more. It is about not being overwhelmed. Most people lose sanity not because they are lied to, but because they are overstimulated. Number two, morning discipline, 10 to 15 minutes, folks. Delay input. No news. No social media. No messages for the first 30 to 60 minutes. Let your mind wake up before the world speaks. Why does this matter, Armando? The brain is most suggestible in the morning. Early narratives set emotional tone for the day. Okay? So you guys have heard me talk about this before. When you get up in the morning and you got to go recycle fluids or solids, okay, and you walk in front of the bathroom mirror where your sink is, and you look at yourself in the mirror, okay, You know, the girls, you know, readjust their boobies, and the guys flex their muscles and their, you know, their banana, right? What's your self-talk like? What is it? Is it negative or is it positive? Because that's going to determine the rest of your day. You guys know the drill. I've talked about this before. So number 2, or an orientation practice, 2 to 3 minutes. Ask yourself quietly, where am I? What is right? What is real right now? What do I actually need to do today? This anchors perception in reality, not abstraction. Number 3, and this is important. Ghost actually turned me on to a book that hopefully will be here tomorrow with breathing regulation or exercises, right? I'm going to start reading up on that. So number 3 is breath regulation, 3 to 5 minutes. No
Well,
mysticism.
the book Siddhartha is a book by Hermann Hesse, who was a really brilliant. They call him one of the existentialist writers, but I think he went a little deeper in his work. And it's Siddhartha, and it's about a young man's journey with Buddhism in the land where it actually originated, in what is now known as India.
Yeah,
And
we'll
but I
be
sent you a video on that I was very happy to see someone put out there about breathing, that one breathing technique that actually does the work of keto diet and many other things. And a Nobel Prize winner quantified that along with Harvard Medical in 2016. So what had been practiced for 5,000 years in various circles is now scientifically, science is always a little bit behind, but necessary in its own way.
yeah.
But it biomechanically and biochemically worked out that breathing, that 5-5-10 breathing exercise that stimulates breathing starvation actually turns on the genetic codes needed to bring you to a higher state of mental clarity and health by clearing out the poisons. Again, will and intent. What do you want? That's reflected in your will. How badly how strong is your will? And then your intent. And if you engage in these actual physical exercises that are there for all to do, you get an amazing and tremendous benefit from it that all of the diets that are sold to you and all of the techniques and medicines that are sold to you cannot reach. Again, most of the answers are not only within, but when you bring it further into the materium, the techniques exist within our physical realm to do these things, to extend life, improve and maintain a level of health. And that's what the video was. And then the book will start you in that area for learning what similarities exist in all the major religions that they actually edited away from Christ saying and doing. And my goal is to let people see that, no, these things were out there. And he was a part of that also. And that's been hidden from you. And I've been fortunate enough in my lifetime to have access to text, smuggled or otherwise, let's say, that most didn't. But it's still all out there now, when 30 years ago it wasn't, but now it is for all to have and see and to utilize.
Awesome. Loves Her Girl says, can you post that video link? I'll tell you what, if you follow my Discord, I'll put the link out there as soon as I go ahead and review it, and the book links and all that stuff also as well. So tap into my Discord, join if you haven't, and all of these stuff under the F.E.V.E project chat, all links, anything that's pertinent to the discussions will always go there. Okay, putting it here. I won't do it on Discord, but just go to the Discord, Loves Her Girl, and I think you're there already. I'm not sure. If you're not, it's free. Just go ahead and go there and stay up to date on stuff. All right. So breath regulation, 3 to 5 minutes, not mysticism, just psychology. Slow inhale through the nose, longer exhale through the mouth, 5 to 7 cycles. This down regulates the amygdala, or the fear center. Okay.
Amygdala. Yeah.
Amygdala, fear center. Sorry, Cuban. Anyway, number 3, information consumption protocol. This is critical. The 3 source rule. I can type better than I can speak or whatever. Anyway, information consumption protocol, critical. The 3 source rule, never from a conclusion form. One outlet, one ideology, one emotional frame. Different perspectives are not to decide who's right, but to see what's being omitted. Okay. Emotional audit during consumption. When reading or watching, pause and ask, what emotion is this trying to trigger? Urgency, fear, anger, or moral outrage. If emotion spikes, stop consuming. Integration is happening. What could this be attributed to? The news, the radio, the papers, if that's even a thing. You know, in the Navy, we used to call it scuttlebutt. That's when you're having conversation and spreading rumors by the water drinking fountain. Okay, there you go. Get rid of it. Hard limit, 1 or 2 information windows per day. Okay, 1 or 2 information windows per day, 20 to 40 minutes total. More does not equal better. Midday grounding, 5 minutes. Body rest. Stand up, stretch, feel your feet, look at something physical and solid. This pulls awareness out of narrative space and back into the body. Reality check question. Ask, is this affecting my immediate life right now? If no, note it and release it. Let it go. Concern without urgency becomes psychological harm. Social discipline, subtle but powerful. Do not argue to awaken others. Arguments harden identities. If someone asks sincerely, respond calmly. Ghost touched on this too. Okay. If they provoke, disengage politely. You cannot wake someone who is protecting an identity. Speak less, observe more. Or, as I was told once when I was much younger, God gave you 2 of these and 1 of these for a reason. Use them. Right?
2
Can't do that.
nostrils, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 mouth.
Oh, holy crap. Freedom to Think broadcast. Jeff, 1.92 USTD. Woohoo! My first Rumble Wallet crypto tip. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you, brother. Holy cow. I'm in the crypto game. Love that. Thank you, man. All right. So speak less, observe more. Speech commits identity. Silence provokes flexibility or preserves flexibility. Sorry. Clarity often looks like quiet confidence. Let that sink in. That was actually pretty good. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Speaking to myself now. Anyway, so evening integration, 10 minutes. This is very, very important. Very important. And I had to really check myself from the neck up on this one. I'm just going to admit it, because this is like my and Mike will tell you here, because we text a lot during the day and we get into it more in the evening times, you know, going through my thing. So I appreciate you, Mike, on that. Yeah. But dude, this is like heavy, right? So evening integration, this is only 10 minutes, folks. Okay. Information detox. And you, Mike, you've heard me tell you, information overload, dude, I'm burned out. I'm going to bed, right? Yes or no?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Okay. There we go. Information detox, at least 1 hour before sleep. You ready? No news, no outrage, and no scrolling. Your brain consolidates emotional memory during sleep. Protect it. Okay? Very important. Integration, reflection, only 5 minutes. This is where you're checking yourself, like I said, from the neck up, right? Ask yourself this: what triggered me today? Was it Elon Musk? You know, was it, you know, what's his name? The crazy guy. The bald-headed guy. What's his name? InfoWars. Him, that guy. Did he
Oh,
trigger you
Alex
today?
Jones.
Alex
Yeah,
Jones.
Alex Jones.
Well, we're all going to get killed by the New World Order. Just,
Yeah.
yeah, never mind.
Yeah. Clinton is a pedophile. No shit. Tell me something I don't know. All right. So, you know what
Stolen
triggered?
valor. I stole Bill Cooper's valor, but I'm not going to ever admit to that.
Yeah. Yeah. The deep state is evil.
Her.
Ask yourself, what triggered me today? Next thing, where did I react automatically? Where did I react automatically? Okay. In other words, open mouth, insert foot. Okay. Get off autopilot. Where did I remain clear? No judgment, just observation. In other words, again, don't beat yourself over it. No judgment, just observation, right?
This isn't judgment. The other thing Alex Jones goes, where's my damn cocaine? Who took my cocaine? Somebody took it.
Yeah. Hunter Biden, damn it.
Yeah.
My bag in the freaking White House, whatever. All right. So narrative fast. All right. So one full day. Here we go. This is once per week now. Okay. You got the daily. Now here's the weekly. All right. One full day, if you can, right? No news, no social media, minimal commentary. And here's what you'll notice. Reduced anxiety, right? Who has anxiety here? We all do. Clearer thinking, more patience. This is not ignorance. It is recalibration. Next, long-term anchors. This is non-negotiable, by the way, folks. Okay. Keep Gnosis grounded. Remember we talked about grounding earlier, and I said we're going to get to that, and I'm not talking about going outside in your front yard barefooted so you can get grounded. No, this is up here in the noodle, okay? These keep Gnosis grounded. Number one, work. Something concrete and useful. What could that be? Okay, meditation, right? Getting your frequency aligned, making sure you're vibrating correctly. Work. Not going to the freaking farm, the livestock plantation, if you will, or for me, the indoctrination center. God. All right. Do something concrete and useful. Number two, body. Movement, sleep, nutrition. Movement could be working out, going to the gym. Maybe you're into yoga, right? Maybe you're into meditation. Sleep, very important. And above all, proper, clean nutrition. Okay? Seriously. I went to Aldi's today because it's cheap. And I saw a reel of this lady that did a video who went to Aldi's and she picked a bunch of stuff up that I consume. I didn't know any better because who the hell reads, the freaking nutrition label? It's all bullshit. And all the boxes that she picked, I actually picked one up today and I put it back because on the back it says that one of the ingredients, okay, is bioengineered. It was made in a freaking lab, right? Hopefully Bill Gates wasn't a damn chef, but I put that shit back. Yeah, it's cheaper. I get it. We're all going through a pinch right now, but what are you putting in your body? Hopefully it wasn't nanobots, but anyway, I'll leave that one there. Be careful what you eat. Number three, human contact. Face to face, not mediated, okay? In other words, we talked about it earlier. You go out to a restaurant, put away the freaking cell phones, have a physical conversation, human contact. Humans were created to interact with each other, not electronically, okay? Number four, craft or learning. Something that builds skill. All right? Underwater basket weaving, how to build a better widget, or my personal favorite, how to tinker with pew-pews. Just saying. Number five, silence. Regular absence of input. Without these, insight destabilizes. All right? These are long-term anchors that are non-negotiable. Okay? And then we have warning signs if you're losing balance. If you notice constant anger, compulsion to check the news, contempt for others, feeling above people, or loss of joy, that is not clarity. That is a nervous system overload. I should have put in here, constant use of the freaking cell phone. Okay. Step back, reduce input, and ground. And then finally, the final guiding principle. Clarity is not loud. Stability is not dramatic. Wisdom does not rush. A Gnostic life is not about standing apart from the world. It is about moving through it without being pulled apart by it. That's it.
Not responding negatively to it. And that choice rests within the individual completely. Even if your most beloved comes up to you and says, "You're disgusting," you can react negatively and get into a big old argument. Well, have fun with that. Or you can say, "Well, gee, that kind of sucks. Why do you think that?" And make a joke out of it or smile about it. You do have the choice up to that and more. I'll say this. We were all taught incorrectly what emotions are, and we'll cover this in depth on another show. Again, another reason why native populations around the world have been subjugated and destroyed was because they had a lot of insight in these areas. One of them, for a lot of tribes in North America, for example, was, and in others around the world, common theme, emotions are senses.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, we have the 5 tactile senses, and we think that's it. No. Think of all the shades of every emotion you can feel. If you add them up, it adds up to, with the tactile, 165 emotions. And emotions always ride on an intuitive underpinning. When people get carried away, let their emotions get in front of them, the intuitive underpinnings, your wife says, well, let's say ovarian versus Earthling talk, because men are from Earth, women are from Ovaria, not Mars. Men aren't from Mars, women aren't from Venus. Men are from Earth, women are from Ovaria. Ovaria is now the asteroid belt, by the way. Making a big joke here. I hope people are laughing. It's tongue in cheek, but there's a true premise to it. They got mad at the planet and it destroyed itself, okay?
Yeah.
It didn't respond well. So, you say, "Well, I'm going to go out with my friend." And your wife says, "Oh, so you don't want to spend time with me?" No, I just wanted to go out with my friend for a little bit. We're going to check out a fishing hole. I'll be back in 2 hours or less. "Oh, but you didn't want to spend time with me, did you?" No, I wanted to go check out a fishing hole.
Sorry, I don't speak Aaronish.
It's the application assumption from an emotional response that goes even further than just an emotional response. It's making an assumption. Whereas the wife can say, "Well, wow, I thought we were going to spend tonight together." "Well, yeah, but I won't be that long, I promise. I promised last week this to him. I promised that to you afterwards, and I guess I screwed up in my promising. But let me get this done, and I'll be right back, because we got to know what kind of trailer we got to bring to launch the boat. I'll be right back." Now, you can throw a whole bunch of argument into that, or you can just say, "Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I wanted to spend time, that extra 2 hours with you, but we'll only have 3 instead of 5 to spend together." Okay, but often, and I say that to use it as an example, not to say women or men. I'm just using that as an example because men do the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
You run off with an emotional response, or you're offended. That's the biggest one. Oh, I need my safe space. You're offending me. No, you are a snowflake who hasn't been taught how to process reality properly. Ergo, this artificial safe space, which I can walk right into and smack you in the head if I want, doesn't keep you safe. emotions are senses. It's the sense that, is this one trying to get away from me? No, in reality, no, it's not. But the intuitive sense said, watch out for that, because it might be because you're not communicating enough. But again, just an example. People run away with their emotions, they're not master over their emotions. All right, my daughter will say, "You're a bald egg." Well, I shave my head. I choose to shave my head. I like it better. I don't have to worry about washing hair. It's easy to run the thing over it. And yeah, I'm smooth. I don't give a damn what people think. It's comfortable to me. But, my daughter's, "You're a bald egg." Now that could hurt, but it doesn't. I think it's funny.
At
But a
least you
lot
didn't.
of people might take offense to that.
At least you didn't call you. At least you didn't call you Chrome Dome.
Yeah, well, that comes along. Every name you can imagine she uses. But if a stranger did that, it's like, who cares? Or I could take offense to it.
Right.
And again, emotions, if you look at them in the vein as a response to a deeper sense, in the sense of your tactile, but these extend into the interrealm, which we'll break down in further shows. You then have control over it. I don't put my hand on a hot plate and hold it there going, well, that hurts and I don't want it to hurt. No, I realize it's hot. I'm going to pull away. It's that's a preservation response. But emotions in the same way are a preservation response. And when you understand that, you don't react to them in the same way. You know that they can interject discordant energy where it's not even necessary and shouldn't even be. And I know there's many examples people come back with, but I promise you, I can show you where your choice of reaction determines the tone and tenor of not only your day, but that of others. Well, they didn't do this and that pisses me off. Well, okay, you can either be pissed off or pissed on. Take your choice. I don't want either. And again, it's a choice how you respond to negative emotions and how you exercise positive emotions. And because, hey, yeah, but when I get done fishing there, I'm going to have some of the fattest, juiciest bass you ever saw, and it's going to make for a great dinner. Hey, I'm thinking about you, baby, and I'll cook them too. There's so many ways to look at things and to handle things. And it's not about what the outside world is telling you about what's politically correct or offensive. Because in that realm, if you're not offending somebody or they're not offending you, but you know how to handle it, you don't react to it, you're not alive. The idea that they even tried to scrub being offended or, let's say, responding with caution or negatively to certain things is wrong. No, it's not wrong. If somebody says, well, we're going to take your child and they're only 10 years old, but we're going to show them how because they want to be a boy or they want to be a girl and they're not. No, that's where your response of what the F gets into a righteous defensive mode, and you need to stamp those MFers out. That's a proper response. That's a protective response. But if they say, well, they believe that should be the way, you can be very cool and calm and then say, well, break that down for me. And they can't. And when they do, they only sound more and more stupid because there's no basis in biological reality for that or psychological reality. That psychological reality comes from a premise of insanity, of not accepting the world as it is, as opposed to the way you want it to be. So we'll get into that in later things and show that you have 165 senses and you can use them as your advantage and growth and that of others if you choose how you respond to anything. Do I want to
Awesome.
see Hillary Clinton dangle from a rope and then be set on fire and then be shot at with 20mm cannon? Sure, but I'm not gonna lose sleep if it doesn't happen. Just a crazy little example there. But yeah, everybody else wants
Love
to
it.
see that same thing too. But I'm not going to lose sleep if it doesn't happen that way, because in the end, everybody gets what's due them, and they will. And
Anyway,
even if they don't, it's not going to change my world and where the world is going overall. They're not getting a free pass. No way. Everything has a price.
exactly.
You may not see it being paid, but it's being paid. Promise you that.
Thank you, brother, for that. All right, guys. I was going to do question and answers, but I promised JJ Johnson over in Finland that I would put his question he had here for Ghost here. If you can answer his question, I have it up there on screen, like in about a minute and a half. That will be great, because we have gone for another marathon, and I'm going to call it a good one. I'll let you read that, and I'll just drop some closing comments here. All right, folks. Basically, if you got value out of the information we brought to you tonight, as always,
Can we
please
do this on the next show? Because I know this is a long answer.
Yeah, I know. All right,
A
JJ,
DOM and all of that. But
repost it,
I'll
man. That's
take a
the
screenshot. Take a screenshot of that.
Hold on. There it is. You got it. So, okay, folks,
Got
thank
it.
you for stopping by. Again, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment down below, spread this far and wide. And if you got value out of this, just leave me a comment down below. Okay. Next week, the next F.E.V.E project, we are going to get into the clay tablets. We're going to start diving into forbidden technologies. Okay, you're going to want to go ahead and tune in to the continuing series of forbidden technologies, because everything that we went over here tonight is going to directly tie into the future streams that we're going to be doing. So we may be having F.E.V.E project instead of Truth Table News World for what? Maybe a month, a little over a month. I don't care. Okay, because right now we know what's going out there in geopolitical land. We know what's going on around the world. Right? You see it every day. Try not to consume too much of it, though. Learn your lesson. Hey, rewatch if you guys want to get notes from here. Mike, take us out of here. I'll give it to you, bro.
Oh, it's all good information, and I'm looking forward to the next episode with you guys, and I hope everybody has a good night.
Okay, Ghost, get us out of here. You got 30 seconds. I'll do an
Okay,
Enum.
latest scientific things say that hydrogen sulfide and is a good thing to smell. It wards off. I'm not joking. Wards off dementia and older age. So when your husband or wife farts, don't worry about it. It's actually keeping both of you from going crazy and losing your minds as early. So yeah, that's what I want to go out with. Look it up. It's out there. Look it up.
All right, guys. Thank
So
you.
farts are a good thing. That's what I'm leaving it with. And I haven't been drinking either, so this is just fun.
I love it. I love it.
That's all.
All right, guys. God bless you all. Well, as always, you know, I always close out with you. Remember, keep your head on a swivel, keep your powder dry, and above all, God bless. We will catch you guys on the next one. Take care.
God bless.